Good morning. My name is Kelly Masters, and I'm the founder of the Michigan Financial Wellness Network. And the FemPreneur Summit is one of our flagship programs of the year. And I was fortunate enough to meet Heather Dory McClone, who is my sidekick on this project for the last 7 or 8 years. We've been trying to figure out how long we've been doing this together. And we're thrilled that you all are here for a day of inspiration and connections and relationship building. And we're going to just pour into you all day long. So be ready. I have to say thanks to our underwriting partners, which allows us to make this day so incredibly affordable for everyone. This would be a $150 day at least if it weren't for our sponsors. So I have to give a huge shout out to Lake Trust Credit Union, our elite sponsor. This year's underwriting partner for our marketplace, which is amazing. 38 exhibitors this year, you guys. Mercer Advisors, so thank you to them. That was the Strategic Advisors, thank you so much for underwriting our amazing mural project with Rebel Nell this year. Thanks to them. And certainly not least, but good friends of mine who own PKSA Karate School. We're going to do a small personal safety segment today, so be ready for that. Shout out to PKSA and the Martins. And then, days like this don't happen without a lot of helpers. And so the helpers who are the behind the scenes people like Mary Beth Dunn and Lydia Kopika, Michigan Computer Supplies, donating the printing for us today. My friend Jennifer Bardis, who's probably still at the check-in table. She's probably not even in here yet. And then, of course, thanks to my friend Heather for going on this wild and crazy ride with me. Thank you all. Even details, this day is going to move fast and furious. So if it feels like there's a lot coming at you, it is, and it's all so good. So we're going to try really hard to stay on schedule, which is why I'm talking really fast, because we're already 3 minutes behind. Bathrooms are at the end of where you came in, the entryway down there. There's another bathroom at the end of this corridor. So we're all grown-ups. If you need to use the lavatory, just excuse yourself quietly. Come on back in when you can. Lunch is going to be in a separate room, but we'll tell you where to go. So everything throughout the day will be here together, because the magic happens when we're together. Not when we're in the hallway alone or fragmented into different places, but we'll all be together throughout the entire day. The mural making project, you're going to hear more about that later. Write big, bold, and aggressive. What am I forgetting? Passports. Oh yes, you all received a passport when you came in. And that is, you're going to travel the world today and visit all 38 of our exhibitors, and they will sign off on their passport stamp, right? At the end of the day, you're going to turn that in, make sure you put your name and phone and email on it, because we have a drawing for a $50 gift card for downtown businesses in Plymouth. How awesome is that? So thank you to the Chamber for donating the gift card. Yeah. And other great prizes. Yes, we have a variety of things that we're going to be giving away at the end of the day. So make sure you fill out your passport.
And must be present to win.
You must be present to win. Oh my gosh, she's so full of rules. Right? So it's a cash and carry sort of thing. You take it with you at the end of the day. So I am going to turn it over to Namita, right, who's kicking us off this morning. Namita, come on down. She's going to introduce herself and take us through through her Shine with Confidence this morning. Thank you, Namita.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? All right. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Wonderful. So thank you, Kelly and Heather, for putting this day together. That's right. It was a cold winter day in New Delhi. As a second-year college student, I was studying for my statistics exam. And suddenly, I heard my name on the intercom. Those were the days of intercom. In the girls' dormitory. And I was like, I'm not expecting visitors, but I'll go check it out. I reached the warden's office, and I saw my parents there. I was excited. It was Friday. They were going to take me home for the weekend. Once I got home, my parents sat me down And they told me that they had found a suitable match for me. And I was going to get married the next week. Yeah. I was shocked. I was surprised. I was angry. And I was upset. Why were they doing this to me? I worked so hard to get into college. I wanted to complete my education. My parents were not forcing me to this marriage, but they were doing what they thought was best for me in their judgment. I had a choice, but I did not have a voice. At the age of 18, I married a man that I had known for less than 7 days. And 30 days later, I was put on a plane to America, and I landed at Indianapolis Airport, Indiana. That day, I was shivering. I was so scared in a new country, new man, new family. I had no idea, and I did not feel confident at all. Fast forward 10 years and 2 kids later, I got divorced. I had a job, but my education had been interrupted. And my paycheck did not cover the mortgage and my expenses. Something had to be done. I had been told about the American dream, and I wanted that for myself and my family. And so my way out of this was entrepreneurship. So I chose to become an entrepreneur so I could help others, help myself and my family. My why was very clear, why I wanted to become an entrepreneur. You all are entrepreneurs. Your why is very clear. Is that true? You all have businesses. You know your why. But knowing your why is not enough to scale your business. Finding your why gives you direction. But finding the confidence to say why not to opportunities helps you scale your business. So today, we're going to talk about how do we find this confidence to say why not to the opportunities that come in our way in our entrepreneurial journey. Well, that is why I'm here with you today. My name is Namita Prasad. I'm a confidence educator and the founder of A Confident Mindset, which is a 6-step process to developing confidence. The reason I became a confidence educator is because understanding what confidence is and how to develop it completely changed the trajectory of my life and my business. And I believe it can do yours as well. I wasn't born confident. No one is born confident, but anyone can become confident. I do have a slide deck, but I usually speak from the heart. So we're a group of women in here, right? I have to tell you something. I'm obsessed with confidence. With it. And as a woman, you should care because confidence is your superpower. And some of the women in here are mothers, right? Moms in here? I'm a mom, yeah. As a mother, your confidence, your voice becomes the voice to your children. That's how they talk to themselves. And as an entrepreneur, your confidence has a trickle-down effect to your team and your business and affects your productivity and profitability. So I think you should all be obsessed with confidence as well. So what does confidence mean? So this is the first thing I had to tackle. I had heard a lot growing up, just be confident. Has anybody ever told you that, to just be confident? How does it make you feel? Yeah, like, I'm going, so my first, I've started and grown a couple of businesses and exited them. And the first one I did was an insurance agency. And I walked into the office and my boss said to me, just be confident. And I'm like, oh okay, how? I don't know. But imagine if he had told me, you don't have to be confident. I'd be like, okay, feeling a little better. You will become confident. Who thinks that my approach might have been a little bit stronger on that? So as women, mothers, entrepreneurs, we have teams, we have loved ones. I ask of you, the next time you want to encourage someone or be supportive of someone, tell them you'll become confident. For the moms out there, imagine walking little Johnny to the swimming pool. Does anybody take their kids to swim classes? Yeah. And you walk Johnny, it's his first day at the pool. You're like, Johnny, just be confident. And he looks up at you. Okay. How? How, mom? Never taken a swimming class in my life. Imagine telling your child to become confident. That's a journey. So, if in a large group here, we over 100 women in here. If I asked all of you entrepreneurs, do you think becoming confident is important? Would you say yes?
Yeah.
Yes. But what does confidence mean? I promise you, ladies, each of you will have your own unique description. So, what does it really mean? This is how the good old dictionary, not that any of us use a dictionary anymore, we probably use an app. Full trust, belief in powers, trustworthiness, and reliability of a person or thing. Oh my goodness. Imagine explaining that to a team member or a child or yourself. A confident mindset has redefined confidence. Confidence is not the feeling you start out with. Confidence is the outcome of actions of practice. I don't need to be confident the first time I speak in front of a group, but with every speech that I deliver, I will become confident. I ask of you to use this definition with the people that you care about, personal or professional. So the next thing about confidence, right? A lot of people have their own concepts about what confidence is or isn't. So today as a group, as female entrepreneurs, let's debunk some of these misconceptions about confidence. The first one is confidence means this room has never felt, I'm so confident, I've never been insecure. So next time somebody says that, expect something that, confidence is a feeling that comes after the actions of practice. Confidence means I'm walking towards insecurity, knowing that I'm insecure and I'm still going to do the actions of practice. Are we good with that? Confidence, you either have it or you don't. Is it a DNA called confidence DNA? I didn't know that, not that I learned about. Confidence can be built. It's a practiced mindset. And the last one, this is my favorite, ladies. Has anybody ever told you that extroverted people are confident? Look at that. Look at Cindy. She can speak up. There's a Cindy in your life. And introversion don't have anything to do with confidence. If you see someone extroverted, good for them. Great. But that doesn't correlate to confidence. And if you're an introverted lady here, that doesn't relate to confidence either. Confidence is simply the outcome of actions of practice. So now that we have redefined confidence, and we've talked about some misconceptions around confidence, before I go to the next thing, does anybody have any questions about this? Okay. So you're like, all right, Namina, you started this out. You're gonna shine with confidence. And you redefine confidence. You want me to say why not to opportunities? Easier said than done. Is anybody feeling that way? Yeah. How do I do it? What do you think is the biggest roadblock to seizing opportunities in an entrepreneurial journey? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. What else? Anybody else? Yes. So what is your name? Della is on my payroll. I paid her to sit right here so she can lead me to my next segment. Thank you, Della. Thank you. Anybody else? Yeah. Fear. Is anybody fearless here? Super fearless? Like, we're going to learn some moves from PTSA, I presume, but. Has anybody faced fear in their entrepreneurial journey? Yeah? Yeah, I know. Me too. Even today, always. Fear is okay. We know what fear means. Fear is that emotion, that feeling that comes into our body when we're scared, we're afraid, we're not sure where things will go. And you know what? If anybody tells you have to overcome fear, change things. No. All we need to do is face our fears. Some fears can never be overcome. Some can. a fear that I've been working through for most of my adult life. The fear of heights. And I still have not been able to overcome it, but I know how to cope with it. Where do you think this fear comes to in our entrepreneurial journey? Where is this fear coming from? Anybody? Some? You're not good enough. That's a great first line. Who else? Anything else? Where do you think? Think about your journey. Where does that fear come from? Yes.
You're a failure.
Thank you, Heather, for inviting me to this lovely group. Yes. Anybody else? Yes.
Rejection.
Yes.
Feeling overwhelmed.
Yes. Yes.
Fear of the unknown.
Go sit down. Yes.
Actually, fear of success.
Ooh. Gonna have to come back to that one. Definitely, yes.
Fear of that.
Fear. The stories that we tell ourselves. Oh, before we go into this. So the fear. I'm much better without one of these. Okay, so fear. The common fears that I've seen over the years that I worked with entrepreneurial women is number one, fear of failure. Who said that? Fear of failure. Someone said that, right? This product, what if it doesn't succeed? What if nobody wants to buy it? What if no one likes it? We haven't even given it a shot. Fear of judgment. What's my team going to think about it? What's my spouse? What's my boyfriend, girlfriend, children, neighbor, people I don't even know judge me? And last, the fear of unknown. What if? Who does what ifs? Anybody what if first here? Yeah. So these fears are real. I'm not gonna say they're not, and I'm not gonna say they're easy. But for female entrepreneurs, more than anybody else, we need to learn how to face our fears. Who's ready to face a couple of fears? Yeah. All right. So the biggest roadblock to success and scaling our businesses is facing these fears. And I'm going to share with you a couple strategies that we do in our workshops. The first one you've heard about, but I really want you to lean into this, is affirmation. Everybody said about affirmation, but think about this. Your affirmation is not on Amazon, it's not on Google, it's not on ChatGPT. It's not. I promise you it's not. Your affirmations are right here within you. Who has taken the time recently with a cup of tea or a glass of wine for me and sat down and really thought about what am I really, really good at? Like if I called, I asked, who's the customers for reviewing their products and a Google review and stuff? Yeah. Ask them to review you. Tell them, what do you think I'm really good at? Why did you buy from me? What makes you come back to me? What am I really good at? I ask you just for 1 second. What is top of mind? Is anything coming to your mind that you're really good at? Turn to the woman to the left or right of you, whichever way you're sitting, and tell them in one sentence, what are you really good at? What would your best customer say about you? Okay, it's only 2 minutes. Please come back to me. All right, this room is now full of energy, positive energy. In the essence of time, I'm going to talk to you about one more thing. We're going to quickly do a breathing exercise, which I just did when I ran out. I was sitting next to him, like, I need to go to the bathroom. I didn't need to go to the bathroom. I went to do a breathing exercise. So let's do one really quick. Hold a flower. Take it in. Hold it for 3. 1, 2, 3. And now blow out the candles on a cake. Just shifted your focus away from you and your affirmations to this room, have I? You can shift your focus, you can shift your fears. I bring you back into this room today. Kelly and Heather have an amazing lineup. And I ask of you today, will you have an open mind to each and every speaker that comes after me? Will you come to them with a why not mindset? Why not try this? Yeah? I have a why not journal for you. I think the QR code is online. You can take that. And the last thing I ask you is when you go back home and look at your businesses, just look at it and say, today, after this summit, because of Kelly and Heather and all the amazing speakers, I am going to say why not to, and I'll let you fill in those blanks. I stand in front of you today as a woman, as a mother, as an entrepreneur, who's still on her journey of becoming confident. 18-year-old Namira at Indianapolis Airport, who is shivering with fear, I would just tell her one thing. No one is born confident, but anyone can become consistent.
We're gonna have Monica come next. Kelly, one thing we forgot, what is the password for the Wi-Fi?
Peaceful.
We had a couple requests for that and, so.
It is all lowercase, the word welcome, number 2, ward. All lowercase, welcome, number 2, ward, WARD. Got it? No spaces, welcome to ward.
Hello, good morning. I am Monica Nestroza Curtis, but all my friends call me Mick, so please call me Mick. Everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
So. Some of you were before the world told you who you had to be. Before life handed you a script. Before the labels, mom, wife, career person. What do you believe in? What brings you joy? Now, if you're feeling a little stuck by these questions, you're not alone. I've been there before. Unsure, questioning. Didn't even recognize myself in the mirror. And I'm here today to share a little bit about my story. To hopefully provide you a moment to pause and reflect. But also give you a little tool that's really helped me connect with my inner joy. And I hope it will also help you. So it's my jam, it's what I do. It's my personal mission to wake up the sleeping beauties that are walking amongst us. You know, the women who are going through the motions, but yet not really living. So I make it my business to lean in and really understand who you are. I am really not interested in the person that presents, the other one how we show up. I want to know the real you, the heart of you, the one under the veil. So for me, it's always these 3 little words. I lean in, tell me more, tell me more. Because I want to know who you are. And this thirst for curiosity and for connection. Oh my God, it opens space, really opens up space for vulnerability and honesty. And the other side of tell me more, I find like self-love, like confidence, a lot of self-doubt. On the other side of tell me more, I discovered a trapped little girl. I know yesterday she is in a trap. So today, as we dive into a world of possibilities with amazing that Heather and Kelly have curated, I want to invite you to take a moment to connect with that little girl inside of you. So if you're comfortable, I ask that you please close your eyes. And think back to the tapestry of your life. Before puberty hits, before belonging became important, before others directed your steps and told you who you had to be and how you had to show up. Perhaps age 7 or 8. What is she wearing? What hairstyle is she sporting? Is she climbing trees or reading quietly in her room? Maybe she's giggling with her friends without a care in the world. Or perhaps she's building massive Lego structures. What is she made for? For innocence, for joy, for eagerness to dream big. Give her a giant hug
And when you're ready, open your eyes. Now, why is this deep dive necessary? Because for us to understand who we are today, we must understand and connect the dots and peel the layers to our experiences and what has shaped us today. This I know for sure. No child, none of us have escaped childhood without labels. Some of these labels, it's just a false narrative, but yet we carry them as our own. And they weigh us down and they keep us stuck. So I think first speaker mentioned some of these labels. You're not good enough. You're not skinny enough. You're not the right skin color. You're not smart enough. You're not qualified. You're not. I ask you ladies, what lies are you telling about yourselves? What lies do you believe? So as I fully appreciate excavating and connecting with our yesterdays is a messy job. Sometimes it's very difficult, stressful, and it can be very painful. But digging and excavating, it leads to a journey worth taking. I know. And the other side is this freedom to love ourselves richly, authentically. This is me. You can see her joy, her dimples. I just moved to the country, just learning how to speak English. And I was assimilating to a whole new world, America the Beautiful, and it really was. I was also a very curious kid, and I drove my mama crazy. I peppered her with questions. Mommy, ¿por qué? No entiendo. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? More like, why, mom? I don't understand. Where did the boys get to play sports? Why not us? I drove her crazy. I was also an avid reader. Judy Blume, my favorite. Oh my gosh, and journaling, I kept all the secrets to my curious mind. I was also one of six. Often referred number four, numero cuatro. That was me. So by default, I was a rule follower, a master negotiator, a skillful litigator, and oftentimes I was the voice of diplomacy. Who got the last Twinkie? Whose turn was it next on Atari? Who's better? Hello Kitty, strawberry shortcake, of course. And one summer, I mean, we were such entrepreneurs. One summer, because we were one of six, of course, all the kids hung out at our house. We had the best backyard. So we said, how do we capitalize on this? This is us, let's capitalize on this. So we turned our playroom into a restaurant. And we developed many peanut butter and jelly, grilled cheese, bowl of cereals. We had Oreo, double stuffed Oreos, little Debbie's. Of course, our house drink, orange Tang. Anyone remember orange Tang? And literally, we would play outside in the backyard. We would wear the kids out. Oh, if you're hungry, thirsty, please come into our restaurant. And literally, we would serve them. To give us that 25 cents. Oh, no. We made a killing that summer. It was so much fun. And just like that, then like an overnight switch, life as I knew it changed. I went from a really happy, bubbly kid, really running an empire, to taking on my parents' struggles that became ours. My dad, for whatever reason or multiple reasons, decided to tap out. No longer interested in being really part of our lives. And that sort of started a whole new relationship with my father, for a toxic relationship for many years. My mom spiraled into a deep, deep depressive state. What was a mom of six, stay at home? So gone were the days of being a child. By age 10, adulting began. I was no longer a child free to explore. And we really danced with homelessness, financial hardships, alcohol abuse, just to name a few. Goodbye innocence, hello survival. The mask got placed. The mask said, we're okay, we got this. Inside, screaming with fear, sadness, no. And once curious mind, I don't mind God. Don't make me mess, don't make me hard for mom. Stop asking questions. My once can do it attitude deflated. My perfect family vanished. Now we were embarrassed, shamed. And with that record playing 24/7. Why did Dad leave? Why doesn't he love us? He's not gonna leave us. Who's gonna take care of us? Babies. Now, how do you imagine, ladies, I showed up in the world? Yes. Bags of insecurities. Resentment, guarded, played with. I sabotaged relationships and friendships out of the fear of being abandoned. Thankfully, in my 30s, I crashed hard. I mean, I crashed hard. And it's spent a fortune on therapists. Thank you. And the long road was a difficult one. But it became a matter of this. My junk drawer was overflowing with crap. That wasn't even mine. But yes, I had been carrying it all my life. But we all have a story. We all have a childhood. And we all have a junk drawer. So I ask you, what needs purging in your life? Now, to me, there's nothing more powerful than reflection. Isn't it interesting that we can have a story and two versions be true? Two things can be true. Because everything I just shared with you, my yesterday's 100% true. You know what else is true? That my mama, whoo, she put on her armor and she rose from the ashes. And this woman, she handled it. She handled it. And she cared for us. And she took care of business and she saved us. And my mom and everything to me. My siblings. Anyone that knows this are gone. Yeah, to this day, guides me. And resilience, I got this. I know I can do hard things. The other side of resilience. Door. I'm thinking changes lives. So my scars are still there, but now I boldly wear them as stripes of honor. And they remind me that I get to do this thing called life. I get to. And things aren't happening to me, for me. So when I get too petty, and the labels try to sneak back in, because they always do, I recognize that little girl immediately. I'm saying, no, not today, little one. And I grab her by the hand and we step over fear. And that's how I handle it. So today, we have a gift for you. My partner, Melissa, how Ben and I, we launched a kindling project. It's really to focus to help women amplify women's voices. And so this is one tool that we use. It's a love letter to self. And what we encourage you throughout the day is to take some moment to really write to that little girl. Ladies, get out of your head, write with your heart, and please be honest. These are things for your eyes only. When you're done filling it out, self-address, seal it, self-address it, and find our food, put it in our box, and we will mail it back to you in a few months. A little gift from us. Now, we choose writing because I believe writing is the pathway to joy, is the pathway to honesty, and So something happens, you sort of release all the things that you've been holding on, and the healing truly begins. The healing begins for me is when you understand that our strength doesn't come from the walls we built, from the labels and layers that keep us back, but from exposing our authentic selves and being vulnerable. And that is truly our strength. So I leave you with this, ladies. Remember, she holds all the wisdom. She is you. You hold all the power. So connect with your inner child, let go of the labels, craft your own, decide, make who you want to be your labels. And next time someone asks you, who are you? What do you believe in? What do you stand for? You joyfully proclaim, this is me. That is enough. I want you, with you, Monica, come back, can you see I'm right over there? And can you guys see her shoes? I got sparkles on them. I want to introduce Amy Peterson, and she's got an amazing story, and we touched on the Rebel Now project, the campus project, and she's gonna talk about that, and she and I were connected after the FemPreneur Summit last year, and I'm really excited. Pressure. No, no, thank you guys for having me, and my gosh, to follow me to Monica is truly an honor. What a way to start, what a way to build my confidence to come up and the opportunity to talk with you guys today. So yes, my name is Amy Peterson. I'm an entrepreneur a couple times over, so by definition, a masochist. But my journey, I never wanted to be an entrepreneur. That is not what I ever had planned for my life, especially as a little girl. My dream was to be the first female general manager of a Major League Baseball team. Whoa, that's all I wanted to do at the young age of 14. And I set out to accomplish that goal. I did okay in school, was never my strength, but I just knew to keep going. I went to college, I went to law school, I went to business school, solely for the purpose of having a well-rounded brain to be able to compete on the No Girls Allowed side of baseball. I applied to work for every single team in baseball. I got rejected from every single team in baseball. I still have a box of letters at my parents' house. This does show some age, but I would collect the letterhead. It was so cool. You got the team logo, but the letter that said, "Thanks, but no thanks." I had an incredible, well, what I thought was going to be an incredible mentor take me under his wing. He owned a bunch of minor league teams down south, and a professor was very excited, thought this was going to be, those door opening moments. And I walked up to this gentleman. I had a nice suit on. I had my resume, it was flat, it was pressed. I was really leaning into my confidence at that moment. And he said, "Well, it's nice to meet you. What do you want to do?" And I said, "I want to be the first female general manager of Major League Baseball team." He said, "Honey," which we all know, what a big story, right? I said, "Honey, your best bet is to marry a player." Right? And I said, I was stunned. I was shocked. This was going to be my door opening opportunity. And I said, I respectfully disagree. And I did an about face, marched back to a teeny tiny little apartment that I had, and I had a solid cry for a good 3 hours. I was like, you know what? Screw that guy. And I just started sending out resume after resume. So after every rejection that come in, I'd send 3 more out. Ultimately, I got a yes. And that's what brought me to the beautiful city that is now my home in Detroit. I came here in 2007 to work for the Detroit Tigers.
Spent 11 years with that organization. It was great. I got to pursue a true dream. I was ultimately the associate counsel for them. However, you know what? Sometimes your dream isn't the reality of life. And that's okay. And actually, I feel really confident and comfortable saying that to a room full of entrepreneurs. Life can be challenging. Life can be hard. A lot of people are afraid to take those risks. But you guys have all taken tremendous risks to be entrepreneurs. Again, I had no dream, no aspirations to be an entrepreneur. But turns out being a woman in the sports industry was pretty challenging. A lot of, well, I don't need to go into it. You guys know the picture. But at the time, I was very fortunate. I was living right next door to a well-known shelter in Detroit. Is anyone familiar with COTS? Incredible organization. What they do in the community is the stuff of legends. And I would come home every night from the games. I lived and breathed baseball games. And I got to know the residents. These were women who were incredible. I got to know their stories, their journeys. I got to understand why they were there. And then I was, parallel what was going on with my own journey and not feeling empowered, not feeling uplifted in what I was considering my dream. I said, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to start a company that just focuses on empowering women. What does that look like? I have no idea. So I said, well, okay, I know what I want to do. What if we could have a company where all of the wraparound support was there and we could pay them? So is this a little bit different than like a traditional nonprofit? What does this look like? I was like, well, I got to come up with something to sell in order to support this. Okay, well, what do I like? Well, I don't, let's start. Let's look around. I had a small jeweler business when I was in law school, helped pay for the books. And I said, okay, well, I like that creative process. I'm going to make jewelry. All right, what are we going to make it out of? I wanted to pay tribute to this incredible city that I live in. I went running one day, and it turns out in Detroit, we have a lot of graffiti. It's an abundant local resource. So I like to say. And I saw some chunks that had fallen on the ground. Oh, that's so cool, as it is. And I turned it on its side, and I could see all these layers of history, of people that have contributed to this mural time over time, but here it was laying on the ground. So, okay, I'm gonna do something with this. And the rest is history. That is exactly what we do at Rebel Now. We provide jobs for women who are transitioning out of shelters, and we make unique, one-of-a-kind jewelry out of repurposed material, such as fallen graffiti. Yes, it is a wild-ass business. And imagine telling this to my parents. No, I'm walking away from sports. I'm gonna go do this. But I will tell you, I walked away in 2018, and I haven't looked back once. We just hired our 43rd woman out of the shelter. And it has been one of the most rewarding things that has ever happened to me. And I appreciate so much the theme of this conference is to shine. And that is such an important journey for the women that I have the privilege of working alongside every single day. We're able to take them from where they are in their situations. And I'm really proud of the work that we do, right? For us, it's not a one size fits all. Every woman who comes to our doors is going through something different. And we really do a great job of bringing out their shine. What does that look like? Not only is it the wraparound support, so while they're with us, they work on financial literacy, business education, life wellness, housing resources, and then we will eventually graduate them into the traditional workforce after about roughly 2 years of working with us. COVID threw everything upside down, but that's what it is, a typical path. The other side of that too is making this jewelry. Each piece is completely one of a kind. Not only because of the nature of the material, but because of the women behind it. That beauty, we're taking this piece of rubble that was discarded. But yet, this piece of rubble has so much history, it has so much life. Think about Detroit. Detroit in 2007, who was writing about us? Who was saying nice things about Detroit? Wasn't a lot of people. But Detroit is made up of so many iconic people and history and culture and just soul. And it's all these layers that make up that's what makes up Detroit. It's all these layers that make up this tiny piece of jewelry, this little rock of graffiti. It's all these layers that make us individuals and unique. So with a little bit of love, it brings out their shine. So I'm honored also today to be here to share one of our mural making experiences. A couple years ago, we were doing this with our team, where obviously we're talking about layers, and that's what we use. We repurpose graffiti. And I thought, what if we could do a team exercise where we're making a mural together? We're building on each other's layers. And as a result, we created a mural together. And someone was walking by our studio, so what are you doing over here? So we're making a mural together. We're unearthing each other's layers and we're combining it to make a beautiful piece of art. So, whoa, why don't you come do that for my team? Okay. Next thing you know, we've got a side business making murals all over. And it's been so much fun because we get to tap into the company, we get to tap into the organization. We help them find that thread of connectivity. What's extra special is because of FMD, we're doing it here today. We want you guys to contribute. We want you to contribute what makes you shine, what makes you special, what makes you one of no other kind. And we're gonna all contribute to this beautiful mural, the tiny, what's this, the
entryway where they came in.
the entryway where you all came in,
The corridor and the corridor.
the end of the corridor. And we want you to bring these positive vibes, but what's more important is that at the end, when this mural is complete, it's going to be hanging at a nonprofit that serves at-risk youth. So we can be a constant reminder to them about bringing positive energy and what makes you shine. And this mural will hang in this space, be a reminder that we are all here to help those individuals shine. Thank you guys so much. There's also, like, the other thing that we do is we take these murals and we repurpose them. That's also what we do. We are really where sustainability meets empowerment. But you can actually buy a piece of the mural today. So if you want to remember this incredible event and have a token to take with you, a talisman to remind you of why and how you shine, we can do that for you. Kim, my girl in the back, will be here all day. So she will provide everything you guys need. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so Dr. Jan Carwell is gonna make her way up, and I'm gonna just pop us back up to where we are in our slide deck. And while she does that, I want to say a word for those of you who were here last year. You heard a bit about a program called Healing with Horses, which is near and dear to my heart. That's the nonprofit. We take at-risk from 18 Wayne County communities, and they come to the barn. They learn to trust. They work with their trauma. They learn to work with horses, build a trusting relationship with a 1,200-pound animal. And these are kids who have been, neglect, abuse, all kinds of things you can't imagine. And so this finished artwork that you're all going to contribute to is going to hang in the Zen Zone at the barn, which is a classroom, but nobody wants to go to a classroom. So it's the Zen Zone. So think about what you want to put in the minds of young people whose adults have failed them. And add that to our mural, please. Dr. Carwell, back to you.
So good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Jan Carwell, and I am this session is on self-concepts for entrepreneur self-leadership. However, the information is not just for entrepreneurs. So my full bio is posted on FemPreneur Google Drive, but I'm going to start this session with a story. I could really be somebody, she continued now in a pleading voice. And for a while, she just sat there, hearing only the sound of her own deep breathing. Staring at her, the one she realized now was her ultimate adversary. But the figure was still, it said nothing. So she sighed deeply and shifted her gaze away from the figure to the window and the bright lights of the city below. While looking at the city lights, she imagined the possibilities for her life. She felt a surge of excitement going through her mind sharpened. She visualized her potential purpose. Her eyes welled with tears as she granted her imagination license to dream. Blink back a tear, reality hit her squarely and coldly again. The imagined escape from her fears was lost as chains of self-doubt weighed her heavy on her soul. Slowly, reluctantly, helplessly, she returned her gaze toward her oppressor. And once more, she looked squarely into the eyes of the woman in the mirror. Now, this is an adaptation of a story in a book titled Self-Leadership, Definitive Guide to Personal Excellence. And this conversation today is about entrepreneurs and self-leadership. But let's first talk about entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is a practice. It's a journey of professional practice. Now, doctors, nurses, and health professionals, they practice medicine. Lawyers practice law. Teachers practice education. Musicians practice music. And athletes practice their sport. This is a room full of entrepreneurs. We practice entrepreneurship. And anything you do that requires continuous improvement or development is a practice, and that's what we do as entrepreneurs. But the practice of entrepreneur also requires us to understand our self-concepts. Our self-concepts encourage us to look in the mirrors of our life. They encourage us to accept the reality of the world, that everything does not always go our way. The world does not always cooperate with our goals. And we are responsible for creating the personal world that we live in. Now, according to psychologists, our self-concepts are the dynamic representations of our intrapersonal and interpersonal. They can be positive or negative. And some of our self-concepts represent what the self is, while others are what the self would like to be, could be, should be, or is afraid to be. I'm an educator and research scholar. I spend a great deal of time exploring self-concepts and psychological jargon behind them. But today, I'm just going to highlight the self-concepts that influence entrepreneurship, because I also study women and entrepreneurships. And this Venn diagram highlights the 5 specific concepts of self that are critical for entrepreneurship. The first and perhaps the most important self-concept is self-regulation. Now, we are humans. We need structure in our lives. When you're working or going to school, the structure is established for you. Your boss tells you what to do. They give you assignments. Your job dictates the things you do. When you're in school, the school schedule dictates what to do. You get assignments from your teachers. But the challenge with entrepreneurs is that we are responsible for creating that structure. We are responsible for that personal self-regulation. And it is the process of planning activities, evaluating activities, and adjusting activities to reach our personal goals. And that's why I always say, a man without a plan plans. Now, this quote by Theodore Roosevelt is a perfect segue into our discussion on self-efficacy. Self-efficacy is belief. It is the belief. And the second most important self-concept, because it's our belief in our ability to solve problems, to overcome challenges. Self-efficacy is our belief and confidence in our ability to complete our mission. It is our accountability to stakeholders and our belief that we can realize our conceptions, our visions, our why. Self-efficacy is belief manifested as courage, persistence, commitment. It is our grit to tough it out. In summary, self-efficacy is our belief that we can jump over hurdles, take care of others, be stronger, run faster, stay upward bound, be better, and find our stuff. I need to tell you another story. Frogs fell into a bucket of cream. The first frog, seeing that there was no way to get any footing in the white liquid, accepted her fate, and she drowned. Now the second frog didn't like that. She thrashed around and did whatever she could do to stay afloat. Soon, all that thrashing and churning turned the cream into butter. And she was able to get it footing and hop out of the bucket. Now, both frogs faced the same challenge. And both were led by the choices they made. One frog led herself to death because she chose to accept the world around her. The other frog's choice led her to safety because she adapted to her changed world. And we all know our world is changing. Entrepreneurs, we must adapt to the changing world. She controlled what she was able to control by working hard and not giving up. That is what self-determination looks like. Now, we are not frogs, but the analogy of the frog is a perfect example of self-determination. Self-determination is our intrinsic desire to overcome obstacles, to deliver the missions of our self-regulated life, and to satisfy our why. And speaking of why, every entrepreneur has a story. You have a pivotal moment, a collection of experiences, a spark that ignited and compelled us to choose the path of entrepreneurship. Something's in our story, and your story is your why. If you haven't started writing that story, write the story while on this journey. Remember the lady with the mop? Made a move. And so our why is the reason why we need to have self-discipline. Self-discipline is our ability to control our feelings, to overcome our weaknesses, is our ability to pursue what we think is right, despite all the temptations within us that say, stop, abandon it, let it go, not gonna work, you can't do it. When we push forward, we stay motivated, we take action. Most important thing, we use the power of no. We set our priorities. We put first things first. We avoid complaining, and we solve our problems. And now, one last story, if you will indulge me. By my weight my age, my blood pressure, my A1C, my everything. I am measured by the size of my clothing, the amount of water I can drink each day, the size, proportions, and ingredients of everything I eat. Because I'm a math project, I measure my case steps that I have to walk each day. My Fitbit tells me. I measure beats and timing of music to force my 70-year-old body to move and dance. I hustle. I when I inhale, how long I can hold my breath before I exhale. You see, I am truly a math project. Length of my hair, panels of growth, the gray hairs rapidly multiply. I measure the full 2 minutes of oral beat, the time it takes to floss all 32 teeth I still have in my mouth. You see, I am a math project. I am measured by the degrees of my life. The titles behind my name and my accomplishments today. And now, at 7 decades young, and as time speeds up on me, I understand how and why controlling the algorithms of life can provide solutions to the problems and the challenges I face. With wisdom, I measure my reactions, assessments of situations, and my courses of action. If I do not, the stress of life can stroke me out or attack my heart. But I must be a math project. You see, I have to be faster, stronger, and at this age to live a longer, fuller, healthier life. And not sit all the way down in my senior citizenship. So now I measure all the things that make me whole. Life is a math project. To keep pace with the speed of this society that is filled with technology, stresses, and anxieties, I need math to thrive in a world that needs my bionic energy. Well, I want to thank you for allowing me to share one of the stories in the anthology of my senior citizenship, a collection of my life stories. That's another one of my entrepreneurial projects. And my final message to you is this: personal math matters. We must take care of ourselves. Self-care, self-regulating our emotional intelligence. It requires self-determined mindfulness of our mental well-being. It requires self-disciplined physical health to keep moving. And if we know our health numbers and pay attention to our health math, our self-efficacy or belief that we can satisfy our why is elevated. I want to thank you all for allowing me to spend a few minutes with you today. And so in closing this topic, I really invite you to pull out your telephones if you don't mind. Open your cameras, please. If you don't have your phone, I understand. It's another way to do this too. I want to take a selfie. But I want my selfie to be of all of us in the room. So I'm taking a selfie of me and you. And the reason I'm asking you to take a selfie, because I would like you, please take it as a selfie. What I'd like you to do, if you don't mind, if you would email your selfie to me, and if you email your selfie to me, I will send you my e-handbook of tips for virtual meetings and events. And even if you don't email the selfie, you can take the QR code, which will take you to my website, and you will still find my blogs and newsletters. I specialize in virtual leadership and virtual training because I'm retired. Well, thank you very much. I'm Janet Cardwell, and I provided you, I hope I provided you with a spark of information or a spark of motivation about self-concepts today. My company is Conceivers Leadership and Learning Group. My newest company, which is why I have my PR person here, is Conceivers Creatives. And I will send you from that website, I'll send you information about my new online art gallery. So things to do in between.
And I want to point out too, Dr. Well was with the University of Phoenix for our very first FemPreneur Summit, and lost touch. I was in an event with one of our speakers for this afternoon, Carol Eckerly, I don't know, before Christmas sometime, and she's like on stage, I'm like, I know her, so we reconnected after all these years, and what it just all comes full circle, so really cool stuff. Okay, so, I am Heather and co-chair of this event. And I own a digital marketing company called Ace Strategies. And there are always marketing questions, and I want to share a little bit of information with you. And then I want to open it up for Q&A if you have any questions about the digital space, social media, all that stuff. So I'm going to start with, and we just launched a new website. We launched a new platform that will eventually become a DIY platform for folks. Yay. Training. I have your business cards over here, Denise. Okay, they're here. And you know, the more advanced the world gets, the harder it is to be an entrepreneur, to be a small business owner, to master all of the pieces that you need to master to be able to build and grow. And that's what this day is about. It's about connecting with each other so that you can fill those gaps with people who are really good at the stuff maybe you're not, or the stuff that you hate doing, or the stuff that I was talking to Shel Carley, who's got a table up here. She's gonna be on our panel this afternoon, and we were chatting yesterday, and I hate numbers. And so I'm really glad that you're a math project, because I'm a math project. I'm a wordsmith. Right? And Michelle said, well, Michelle's did your bookkeeping every month. I said, I know, every year, but I'm still, you know, I'm to it, right? Anyway, so marketing made easy is my theme for 2024. I want to share a little bit about the LinkedIn algorithm. And so for those of you who are LinkedIn users, LinkedIn publishes their algorithm, and it gives you insight into what they're rewarding as far as who's going to see your posts, how many people, all that jazz. So this is a quote. The promise of the algorithm for 2024 as of today, change tomorrow, is that if you create quality content relevant to a specific audience, they will see your content. The reverse is true for your audience of LinkedIn users. What they engage with is what they'll see. So when you think about LinkedIn specifically, we always have people who want LinkedIn info. That means on LinkedIn, you want to create content that is relevant to your audience, which may or may not be what you're good at. It's stuff that they're going to engage with. And I'm going to talk about that in a minute. But I wanted to, that's an update. So every few months, LinkedIn tweaks their algorithm. But for right now, what they're rewarding is you putting out stuff that your audience likes and you engaging in their stuff. So just wanted to do a quick LinkedIn update there. So you know, that algorithm that favors engagement. And so what you want to do then for, you know, you put your content out there, but then like and comment, be sure to comment on other people's content, because they reward that behavior. You're playing the game and all of that stuff, and reward it. And their algorithm can tell, you know, if you just do a great post. So it's got to be a few words about what it is. And what we learned over the last couple of years is you've got a 2-hour window for your content or somebody else's content to go what we would all hope to be viral. And for most of us, viral is like, oh my gosh, I got 1,000 views, or not 50 million. But you've got a 2-hour window. So when a post goes up, you've got 2 hours for 14 back and forths. So 7 people commenting and you responding to those comments, that triggers the algorithm to get it into more and more and more news feeds. So that's just an update on, you know, what's going on with the LinkedIn world. And the reason that you want comments to hold, number one, it triggers the algorithm, but number two, when you look at a post and someone does a like, it'll show the little thumbs up or heart or whatever, it'll have a number. When you comment, your picture, your name, your title show up underneath that post for all the world to see. So just take those few extra seconds to comment. Okay, I want to talk about all social, LinkedIn included in this, and just talk about a little bit about what it looks like to create good content. And people get stuck on this, you know, what am I gonna post today? One of the things that we do for our clients is we have a content calendar for them. And I'm jumping ahead of where I'm at now, but on Mondays and Fridays, we always post lighter content that is really focused on stuff our audience is gonna like. And maybe it's you know, I've got so FMD, who is sponsoring Rebel Now, they're here today, and we do their social media, and one of the most popular things that we post for them is their accounting firm, the CPA joke of the day. It has nothing to do with the amazing professional quality services that they provide to their clients, but people like jokes, right? So when you think about things people like, people still love quotes that make them feel good on a Monday morning. And so Mondays and Fridays, those are great days to be audience focused. The rest, and then you know, the rest of the time, it's really making that perception of connection. I tell people, you know, you could be a serial killer and we can make you look really good on social because what you see, oh my goodness, we just walked in. In all perception, right? You could be the meanest person in the world, but it's what you perceive as the person reading the post, engaging with the post. And right now, the idea of just shoving information at people and, you know, giving third party, well, you need to do boom, 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 boom. We're all being talked at constantly. So when you're thinking about social, think of it as actual social platform. It's not a sales platform. It's your ability to start to make these connections with people. And you can take, for example, a tip or an update about your business, and you can say, you know, check out this new website or check out this article, or you can say, when I was reading this article, this really popped out at me. Oh my gosh, it was eye-opening. And when you think about shifting your voice into more of a conversation as opposed to a talking at, that's when people start to feel that perception of connection. So just, I'm skipping all over my slides because I just talk. But some engaging content ideas, updates, tips, advice, interests, your prospects, potential clients, pain points. What are the things, and you know, all the adages, what's keeping them up at night? What are the things that make them frustrated, angry, all those emotional words? Because again, emotion is tying us. It's that it improves that perception of connection when people feel like, oh my gosh, he gets it or she gets it. And you know, speak in the way that your audience will talk. So if you're talking, if your audience is engineers who are very detail oriented, you don't want a bunch of fluffy language in the content that you're putting out there for them, because it's going to be a complete turn off. I write in the voice of our clients for their social. I write the way I talk, which is very wordy, very descriptive, very emotion filled. And if the answer is yes or no, I can make it 5 paragraphs. That's not how most people take in information. You really have to pay attention to who you're speaking to or with, and frame things in a way that it's going to resonate with them. Let's see, how am I on time here? Just chat away. Okay, a couple more minutes. So when you're creating visual content is so important now more than ever. You really want to maintain brand consistency. And most of us have a logo. If you don't, that's something maybe you should look into, but with your logo, typically you've got at least a couple of colors and a font scheme. So when you're putting content out there, if people are scrolling through any social media feed, if you've got stuff that is kind of all over the board, it doesn't look as professional or buttoned up or consistent. So we're gonna do a webinar in April next month on demystify AI is what I'm calling it. I love writing. But we're gonna talk about how to use the tools that are out there to be able to easily brand your visuals and things like that. But you've got lots of opportunities, and the tools are getting better and better. We're gonna have a session after our break with Alana Nichols. She's gonna dive into the whole world of AI for your business, but I want to just touch on a couple things here before my time is up. So we already talked about that. Okay. The other thing I want to mention too, where am I at, Kelly? What time is it? What time is it? 9:51. Okay, I've got to wrap up here. I want to talk to, for content you're creating, repurpose. And what I mean by that is, I think for so long, and I know for me, it's like every time we did anything, we would start from scratch. We invent something from scratch, we write this from scratch. If you have a blog, or if you have a video, or if you have a social media post, you can use tools to help you repurpose that into other things so that you're not having to reinvent the wheel every time you sit down and do something. So when you think about something like a blog, it can be a LinkedIn newsletter, it can be the beginnings of an email newsletter, it can be a video prompt, it can be several social media posts, and use some of the tools. I'm going to show you cool tools here in just a minute, but use some tools to help you come up with what it can be repurposed as. And the other thing I meant to say in the beginning, this slide deck with everybody's slides will be in our Google folder, and we didn't talk about the Google folder. We've got QR codes all over the place with a Google Drive folder for all of you to have information, the slide deck, the agenda, information from our speakers today. We forgot to mention that at the beginning. So you'll have all of this, you'll have access to everything that we're going through today. Okay, the last thing, I'm gonna skip email. So I want to take just a couple minutes to show you some tools. Okay. Because of course, this is all going faster than it should. Alana is going to talk about ChatGPT. I'm going to show you something in chat really quick, but I want to show you two AI tools. One of them is an AI oh my gosh, what's that? Thank you. But Canva, for those of you who use Canva for social media, we have a paid Canva account, but the free Canva account also has access, a little bit of access to this tool. And this was an eye opener the other day. We were trying to find the perfect, I had a client, she had in her head what she wanted this image to look like. It went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, hours. And I finally said, okay, I'm going to try something. And I did this with Denise the other day too, came up with a really cool one. But if I tell Canva, create, image that has whoops, and bunnies in it. I just made that up, right? So I'm gonna hit create. It takes a couple of minutes. It'll give me some choices. But by telling Canva what we wanted, it created a completely fake picture that looked like a real room. And it was amazing. And I got fascinated by the ability for the world to generate. And then there's a whole side of that too, like what's real, what's fake. We're not going to get into all that today. My point here is to show you some tools to help you, to empower you to be able to do some of this cool marketing stuff. And it's still creating. Maybe that was a hard one for Canva. We'll give it another minute here. So while that is generating, I'm just going to switch screens, and I want to show you really quick. ChatGPT, again, Alana's going to go into this, but if I say to chat, create a social post that talks about and marshmallows. Boom, right? And so we use chat a lot to help generate ideas. Give me 3 tips for social media for small business owners, and it'll spit 3 out. We take that, we repurpose it in a way that it sounds like our voice, but you don't have to sit there and be an industry or an expert on everything that is in the world. Oh, that's not a very good picture. That was not the best. We had merged like But you did 4 pictures, yeah.
Heather, okay, so I write a blog and Heather helps me with it. I wanted to talk about a time when I was just off the rails with my eating. Literally, I was putting chocolate on potato chips, right? Because I needed the salt and I needed the sugar and I was just so off the rails. And I said to her, see, if you find a picture like that, and boom, she shows up with this picture. And I said, how did you find that in Canva? She said, I used it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, she'll pull it up, because I also talked about, I had just dug out every piece of chocolate that I could out of the, ice cream. And there was nothing, it looked like I was drilling for oil. And I still didn't have enough chocolate, so that's when I had to go to the, how do I get more chocolate here, there?
Picture, I said potato chips with Hershey syrup, and that came up. So that was better than the dementia bunnies, thank you. So anyways, this was a little disjointed. There's so much in my head that I want to share with you guys. But yeah, like I said, we're gonna do a webinar in April. That information is at my table. It's in the slide, it's in the slide deck, it's in the Google folder. But really understanding how to use these tools to make it easier, because a lot of people struggle with, I don't know what to write, I don't know how to use Canva, I don't know what things should look like, I'm not good at that, I draw stick people, I'm 53, I'm never gonna be good at it, but I can do potato chips with those pictures. So with that, I had way more in here than I'm able to share with you guys, but I want to line us up for a break. We are going to go back. What time, can someone look at the agenda? What time does our break end? We're gonna do our social or our defense segment with PKSA, and is Kelly in here?
She just left.
Okay,
Just walked
do you
out.
guys, do you wanna be do you know where you're headed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm gonna have you, we're gonna come back here at 11 o'clock, we're gonna do a segment with PPSA, and then you've got a break, so please, get your passports, visit the, exhibit area, come back at 11, but follow our. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Mary Martin Ladies, I'm the owner of BDA in Northfield. I just wanted to say one thing before we move out into the hallway. About all the previous speakers, Lamita, she talks about conflict. Mick talked about survival. Amy was talking about people calling you names, like honey. You got Jan talking about how the world is changing and having self-discipline. And now we're just talking about addressing our specific audience, which are women today. And there's even mentioned about serial killers. Which do exist.
What did I miss?
Exactly. But what that all is about women and self-defense, women about protecting themselves. And we all need to be able to do that. So right now it's a good time to stretch, get ready, because we're gonna teach you some really awesome self-defense tools, okay?
And we're gonna go into a hallway to do that, so just follow the line, and then, we'll go right into our break from that.
No.
And you guys maybe make a fan as well. Yeah. We did. Monica? Yeah, absolutely. The network, it's so fun, isn't it? Totally. No, it's okay. We were trying to find. Yeah, so. Where are we? A better version than I am.
After our next session, we're starting the next session right now. If you guys can head over there, because then it leads right into a break. So I love that you're socializing, but you're gonna have almost an hour after the next session. So if you guys can head down the hallway, they're waiting for us.
Yeah. Oh, you were? Okay. Yeah, mine's already in your bed, so I'm good.
Ladies, I promise we're gonna have networking right next. If they're waiting on us, if you don't want to participate in the Friday, that's fine, but if you did, I think they're waiting to start. Yeah, if you want to chat, they're not gonna notice that like. No, they're not gonna notice 6 of them. Yeah, no, they're not gonna notice 6 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually straight down the hallway. And I do think that somebody was in the direction that was open.
This project he was doing last night for his final that's coming up. And we were literally tracing the computers. I was like,
Figured it out.
Hi, this message is for Taisha. This is Attorney Pamela Mack, returning the call from the backlog group. I apologize, we did not receive your message, not sure how it was delivered, but in any case, we're really glad that you reached out with a telephone call. I would like to speak with you personally, but I'm in an all-day conference, and so I am going to try and reach back out to you at about 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. My direct line is 248-229-0185. Thank you.
Linda just called an
Okay.
Linda just called an emergency all team meeting.
Okay.
3 minutes.
It's in 3 minutes.
Yeah. So I'm gonna join it because I'm curious as to what it could be. It's only for like 10 minutes, so. I'll let you know when I find out if it's juicy. Yeah, we can hear, I can hear you. Yeah, we're on a break right now. I can hear them doing self-defense.
Other communities and trying to create equal spaces for people and
Yes.
any way that I can.
Yeah.
And one of my big interests is when I decided to go to college, I wanted to be a social worker as an extension of my class. Yeah. So.
And then last week
that's kind of where I.
So I started kind of on collage artists about so it's kind of a wide range of things, but I'm sure what you could do when you're a lawyer, like.
Censor.
Your essays, or just.
I'd love to do that.
You know.
Let me know.
1 hour, 40 minutes.
I'm in.
Sound like Sonia was our first guinea pig, it was a little funky and but we were back, I'm not sure.
I love it. I love that idea.
I'm sorry. I was wondering about how we did the first live stream, it was a little funky, but we got it. And then we just get a.
Your classes are so cool. I love it.
People to come back. Right there.
Yes.
Only one person. But another one. One person see.
I really love them.
But I bet Anthony could have camps for me. Enjoy, well, thank you, I will see you around. Yeah, sure.
Absolutely. I have a lot of people just in books that I work with.
Yeah.
And trade secrets is the most important thing. It's recipes and working cheese and I'm always talking to them about, ways to protect themselves. Because once you use your trade secrets, you can get that.
Right.
Once it's out there, it's gone. And so that's what I know trade secrets. The rest.
Thanks so much. Really. Okay, sorry. That way, yeah.
You feel inspired?
Yeah.
And all this. But then we have another perspective about theater. So that's like, I wanna hear more, tell me more. Definitely, I wanna go work together, but I definitely will. Sure.
Okay, I'm just. Did you didn't try this? This was fun.
Yes.
This all.
That's what this is. So my thing is, yeah, we're gonna walk her. Oh, they did? No.
Around and meet people.
Yeah, I was like.
We're getting the shop. Hey, it's your.
So.
I think so. No, what is it? Okay, I want to be to my son because my parents brought warning and eye attention. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, a few years. Okay, so he didn't know he would remember. Now, yeah. So it's great to see you. So, well, because child. Oh, yeah. Said, oh, Anita, she had an email right. Yeah, oh, we got it. That's right. So, yeah, Susan and these. Yeah, moments, so they get ready.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's cool. Some more time. It's something about that. You're right. Yeah, I mean. No, no, everybody's here, they want to be, they want to. Yes. You're gonna get stuck in from a beach. Person. Yes. The line would go, do not have a line. Approach. So, I appreciate that. So I'm not working by the home right now, and I'm very blessed. In that background of everything. I was 15 and when I actually, had to sing for my mother, with my daughter is 2. Created my own residential house here. It's really nice.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask if this adds another layer of approvals to our creative.
I mean, I think it's a very challenging. Really sad herself. Very difficult. Yeah, I had to do that. You know, my single self as opposed to someone with another company. Yeah. Ensuring that you do not be because it's consistent every single time. You're not going to make any faith. Yeah, it's every single time. Absolutely. And I was like, oh my goodness, you know, like, so, but I think it's very challenging, you know. Sure, I think it's a whole different. Oh, it's more to the, yeah. It's like, yeah, you know, it's like absolutely not. Yes. But to get those. It's very. No. You might have. No, so everything's online, so I don't know. Oh, we love Renee. She was online. I couldn't watch it. Okay, let me talk this. I love Renee. Oh my gosh. I was like, just talk to me. Yes, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. It's so nice to meet you. Yes, and so I'm sure that we will be seeing you. I was yeah, I'll say sorry. Okay. So you're in Detroit, yes, and so he just joined a new. Right. I know that. Yeah. Because I actually saw him. Oh, well, there you go. So I know that you guys. Are you on the travel? No. I'm going to be actually for this one. Okay. But yeah, so you know, for street. Oh, yeah. He's one of my so I always love this and then I always so happy to go. And I love people with this myself just as yeah. Well, thank you so much for chatting with me. I'm honored. I appreciate it. Yeah. We will see more of you. Take care.
Thank you.
Yeah. But he's doing that. Thank you. Oh, That's back in working for the city. Josh is here working on the second solutions counselor. He's got clear to bridge, so they does. For students. Yeah. He didn't even know what I was on. He had no idea. That was so long serial killer. So it's good. Yeah, I know. It's not like something which I don't even get so. Oh, she's bad. She's probably good. She's all. You know, just. You know. Like, so, like, yeah, I was behind that, yes. And she's like, no, she. Breakfast. I think that was, that was. But. You know, she's, I feel like I want to make some not right now, but she had another, she wrote me up. My friend personally wrote her up to make it nice here. Very sweet, she was. She lived here, right? So, yeah, so. Then my dad was Sunday, it's 2 hours away. I'm like, I can't do that, so, you know, I just. Something like that, you know, where anybody can. Yeah, I think I. I don't all amazing, we do all this, all amazing. It's such a. And my friend Elizabeth died in May, and so she's here. So now we're reaching this out to the best of luck. So, yeah, first off, it's beautiful and it's just beautiful all the time.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want this down here or up top?
We can put it up there. I just put it over there, so it was there. Yeah, that way.
Stop.
Yep.
That's why I tested everything I was in the demos. So yesterday I picked the fly.
No, and I was cold, so it's okay. We'll eat that. Yeah, I have it. Right next year. Right. You have her information. Yeah. Yeah, I think Heather. Yeah, I. Yeah, now. I'll bet you could. Online, and I heard of it. I practice reading. Yeah, you just.
You know, if you go on my website, turn it off. See.
Keeps going from Chile to.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm like, I know, it's like. Yeah, for sure.
And then say, I'm getting hot. Hot.
And you know what, two moms. Want to do this thing, right?
I would love to, get together. See our, yeah, getting more talking.
Oh,
Very pretty.
we're gonna have to like talk.
Yeah.
I didn't. But it's like.
Oh.
Are you able to like talk about your?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, with the bag, on the bag is down.
Yeah, I would be pleased with that. Okay. Yeah.
That's hard.
Okay, up next is Alana Nickel with Jerry Weinberg Associates and Training in Southfield, and you really are a pioneer in this, like bringing in the new for sales, you know, tech and AI for sales and strategy. And when we're talking, Alana has done a lot. She's in the past, sales training techniques and how to do that well. And she really has dived into this whole world of tech and AI. And I'm so excited to have her come and share some.
Hey everyone, I'm a natural wanderer, so being on the tether is not something I'm used to, so we'll see how this goes. Happy to be here today. As Heather said, my primary gig is really around business consulting and sales and customer service and leadership and management training. But the world is changing so fast, so we strive to try to stay at least a little behind. I feel like AI is a bullet train that already left the station. And I'm definitely probably even in the last car. I'm not gonna stand up here as a like end all be all, and there may be a few things in the room that you guys know that I don't, which is great, because you can't possibly know everything. It's changing so fast. So my goal today is to give you an awareness, if you don't have any, or maybe some new ideas to take what you're doing and make it even better to help you become even more efficient than you are today. Because when I look at AI and tech and what we do, it's really all about not replacing humans. It's all about making humans more efficient so that the human to human element can even be better, because we can use the AI to do other things. I will try to do my best to do some Q&A at the end. I just remembered to set a timer so that I stay on track. So I'm gonna go for about 45 minutes, and I think my slot's 50, so that if there's some questions at the end, I'm happy to take them. All right, so we're just gonna go ahead and get into it. So by show of hands, how many of you are currently using some sort of AI today? ChatGPT, any of its cousins? All right, good. So there's a good chance there may even be some best practices in the room. You may share some things. Please feel free to do so. Feel free to build on anything I'm doing. Feel free to interrupt me. I don't like to just drone on. It's really not fun for me, and it's really not fun for you either. So I know I said questions at the end, but if you've got a burning question or comment, just raise your hand. I'm happy to make this as interactive as possible. Is that fair? All right. All right, so I told you about Sandler already. So this is a graphic for salespeople. I happen to be a business owner myself. I took over second generation from my dad. He started our Sandler business 31 years ago, and I officially transitioned the business 5, but I've been in the business for 5 years. So this graphic is for salespeople. And if you look at the salespeople, it says that 72% of their time is non-selling activities. Well, guess what? Entrepreneurs, business owners, we're probably have even less time to sell, yet it's such a critical thing that we have to do in our business. And whether you're a startup or well-established, whether you don't have salespeople or you do, each and every one of us should be selling every day. Selling our ideas, whether we're trying to convince coworkers to do something, maybe we're trying to get our 17-year-old daughter to get aligned with us, whatever that looks like, we are every single day. So the way that we look at AI is, how do we use AI to help this 72% so that we can free ourselves up to do more of the important human to human required selling. And I know nobody in here probably, sales can be a dirty word. Anybody not like the word sales and don't like to think about the fact that they're sales? Thank you for your honesty. I don't have a sales background. I came into this without a sales background, and it can be intimidating. It can be our least favorite thing to do. If you have to prospect, that's always on the last of the list. So my goal today is to give you ideas of how do we get some of that other stuff done so it can't be an excuse for us, and how do we use the tools that help us sell easier, sell better. So that's what I'm going to help you with today. So the formula for success is changing. It used to be that we needed more reps, we needed more tools, more activities, and that's how we grew sales. Just keep adding, right? Just keep adding. Well, that's not the strategy anymore. More doesn't mean better. I'm sure we've all heard the term work smarter, not harder, right? So the new formula is all about efficient reps, connected tools. How many of you have tools to tools to tools and you're like looking at your subscription? Like, what am I doing? Right? So it's all about the connected tools that talk to each other, doing the right activities, not always the ones that we want to do, but the ones that we need to do, so that we can increase our sales. So the formula really has changed. And this is a challenge we see in a lot of our clients. And we were just talking about it a few minutes ago. You know, how do you know which ones to choose? How do you know which ones to work with? And I want to use this and they want to use that. And how do I know what to choose? I would say the best answer to that is the one that helps you close a gap that you have, that has the shortest learning curve and the easiest adoption universally. Because if we're using a tool uniquely in our own ecosystem that the rest of our team or company's not using, we're not maximizing its ability. So advantages of AI. And I feel like this like robot person is a really good visual for what AI is. I'm not smart with all the way that stuff works, but and I can't wrap my head around how it works, so don't ask me because I don't know. But it's crazy machine learning and I don't understand. But what it does do is it creates speed and efficiency. The speed and efficiency of what can be done with AI is light years away what we can do on our own. Like just the graphic that Heather showed you, being able to, what would it take if we tried to generate that graphic ourselves? I'm preparing for a big keynote speech similar to what you guys were talking about with the blog in a couple of weeks. And I was looking for an image of a salesperson folding in their cards at a poker table. I can't find that exact image, and I spent forever on all the different sites. I even bought a picture on iStock that was close enough. Guess what? You type it into the AI image creator and bam, exactly what I was looking for. And it created it for me. So the speed and efficiency is really mind blowing. And for those of you that didn't raise your hand for ever trying to chat GPT, I want to make sure we have a little bit of time to demo it so you can just see how fast it is. It still blows my mind every time I do it. We've got some consistency and objectivity, right? It allows us to be objective, not emotional. And when we can use AI, it's very consistent and non-emotional. It's computers, right? And it doesn't have to think about it. It doesn't get in its own head. And then it allows us to scale. So those are the advantages. Are there disadvantages of AI? Sure. Are there all kinds of things out there around Big Brother and I don't want the ideas to get out and all this? There are. I'm not going to say that there aren't, but I can tell you from experience using it with our clients, the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages, and you just have to be smart about it, right? When I tell you how to customize the chat GPT, you don't give it your home address and your social security number, right? We're smart about what it is that we give it. So the role of AI, and Heather showed you earlier some examples of how to use it in marketing. So this is kind of a good frame of reference. So marketing would be one-to-one, one-to-many, right? Because we're sending a message out to a lot of different people. And sales is more one-to-one. So in marketing, the new way that marketing is going is it's AI-led. I guarantee Heather has multiple examples of how she's using AI to lead all the creation, and then the human is the co-pilot to make the edits, the personalization. AI is the lead, the human is the co-pilot. Make some sense? The flip side is true for selling. So with selling, it's still human-led, right? We still are not replacing the need for human-to-human interaction. But in this case, the AI is going to be our co-pilot. It's going to help us sell smarter. It's going to give us research and background and templates and things that we need to be more efficient in what we're doing. Any questions on this? All right, awesome. So we have a lot of books at Sandler. This is one of our newest ones around selling to the modern buyer, but there's a great rule in here, which is use technology to engage, not hide. Use technology to engage, not hide. I see you nodding your head. So what does that mean to you? Why are you shaking your head?
Well, so many of us hide behind technology. And if you can use it, as you said, if you take it from, as an individual, I got my own biases, my own concerns. But if I could use AI and say, you know, because it doesn't have an emotional feeling about, will they like me? You know, right? And so I can plug in something and it will come back and tell me some things I could say.
Yes.
Now I can tweak them. But let's not use like email, I'm gonna email.
Yes.
I'm not gonna call. I had this conversation with a woman said, I would never call, I contact you in person. I said, really? You know?
Yeah. That's a great example. By putting it in ChatGPT or whatever AI tool you're using, and you create a prospecting template, and then you just plug it into HubSpot, or you plug it into whatever and let it go. That's high need. This is not replacing us picking up the phone. Picking up the phone is actually, we call it a pattern interrupt these days, because everybody's bombarded all this email that they're surprised and welcoming a phone call, because nobody does it anymore. So anything we share today isn't a replacement for us picking up the phone, going to lunch, having meetings. It doesn't replace any of that. It just helps us do it smarter. All right, so we could use AI in a lot of different use cases. And the first couple I'm going to talk about are around seller simplification. And you could change the word seller to business owner, right? It really doesn't matter. Actually, it's harder as a business owner because we have to wear multiple hats, do we not? If I had to add up all the hats I walk around with every day, I would hit the door frame walking out of the door, right? There's a lot that we have to wear every single day. So it's all about, how do I make my life simpler? How many of us have meetings, virtual meetings? How many of us at the end of a meeting have to do a recap, put it in notes, send it out? Yeah, it's really fun, isn't it? We really like doing it. Yeah. So one of the ways that we've embraced AI in the efficiencies is around a call recording and analysis tool. There's lots of different ones. I just put up the two that we have a little bit of familiarity with. You were talking about another one that can do full transcripts of things. The one we use is called Novicy. We've also used Fathom. There's a free version of both of them. So I highly encourage, if this is something you want to look into, just do the free version first. Most of the free versions on any of this stuff gives us enough to be dangerous. Gives enough to see, okay, is there value in it for me? But this does several things for us. We use it internally in our organization and have been working with clients on how to implement it as well. So it captures the entire recording of an online meeting. So it'll do a full transcript. It can tally up how many questions were asked and who asked what, who was the most engaged. If there's video on, it will tell you the body language and tone of, like, are they green for you or red for you during the meeting? It gives you an executive summary. So as soon as the meeting is done, I can copy paste that executive summary, throw it in my email, edit it real quick, because it's not perfect. None of these are perfect. And saves me time in sending out next steps. So it gives you the breakdown. You can look for specific topics and chunks of conversation down to every different topic you talk about. Now, I also have sales reps on my team. So I can't be with them on every single call, but we teach how it's important to do ride-alongs and observations. So I need to do the same with my team members. Well, now this tool allows me to go ahead and watch a sales call of one of my reps. I can see the analysis. It'll break down everything for me, tell me exactly when the questions were asked, what the questions were asked. I can watch it at 1.5 times speed and allow, or 2 if I'm really feeling like fast, right? So it gives me intel to be able to make it more efficient for me to help coach and support my people. Our client success director uses this on quarterly reviews with clients. So everything's captured. She doesn't have to feel all this pressure to take all these notes. It's all right here for her. And then she can get us the highlights. And if there's anything we want to go back and watch and see, it's all right there for us. Crazy technology. It's very, very cool. Makes it more efficient and just so much more efficient. That's really what it's really all about. Efficient and information. If I'm in a call live, I am not paying attention to how many questions I'm asking versus how many questions they're asking. And did I do a good job at executing this part of my call? We can't see that when we're in the moment. But we can see it when we watch it back. And nobody wants to watch it back. I get it. It's painful. Nobody likes to watch themselves back. But there is no better tool to help you improve. So that's area one. And there's several other different types of software like this. This is just the one that we happen to use, and we've used Fathom as well. Yeah.
So it works with Google or.
It works with any online, Google Meet, Zoom, Teams, WebEx, any of them. And it links right to your calendar. So then, and you can set it to tell it which meetings you want to join. So it doesn't join my internal meetings, but it joins all my external meetings. and then you can kick it out if you don't want it. And I do get this, I'm surprised no one's asked this yet, well, do the people you're talking to, reject the idea of being recorded? I have yet to have it happen. So we have ours come in and it says GWA note taker. I always say, oh, by the way, I've got a note taker that I have joined in the call. This really helps me be more focused on your attention. It doesn't get seen outside this office. Are you okay with me including it? I've never had anybody say no. I said, and oh, by the way, it will also allow me to send you the recap of the meeting if you'd like, so that you don't have to feel the pressure to take as many notes.
I was gonna say, I haven't had that issue either, except, when I was doing a legal thing.
Yeah.
where, like, you gotta take it off.
Yeah, I would imagine there's certain
Yeah.
instances, and then maybe even in like the financial sector, there may be some regulations that could get you in trouble.
Yeah.
Or you won't be able to do it, but, most use cases, there isn't, I haven't had any objection. Questions or comments on this idea? All right, okay, the next is ideation and creation. There are endless ways in which we can use AI to help us do this. Any of us have to create job descriptions or customer letters or marketing sequences or blog posts or social posts. Any of us have to do any of that? Yeah. And sometimes when you go to sit down and write it, you ever go like, man, I just don't even know where to start. And then we're sitting there and then we're stuck and then we move on to something else. Right? So what this allows us to do is give us a starting point to work with. I have a line. I'm much better at editing than I am creating. I am not a naturally creative person. So ChatGPT and AI allows us to have a place to start with, have an editing place to start with. We could probably sit around the tables and go around and come up with ideas. And if you will, maybe we'll have time after I show you the tool and how it works. All the different ways you can use this. The first way I'm going to show you how to use it is I have a trip in 2 weeks to Orlando with my daughter to Universal, and I'll show you how ChatGPT is going to help me with how to plan my 2 days at the park. Crazy. I've had ChatGPT. I'm like, I have these 3 things in my pantry. What can I make for dinner? And it will tell you what to make for dinner. It can help you with fun new cocktails to make. Can you tell my hobbies are a little, okay, anyway. So it can help you with a lot of different ideation and creation. The image creation is another thing it can help you with. When we're doing prospecting and solution design, it all helps us be smarter. So I'm going to demo a couple different ways to do it. And then we'll create some other use cases if we have time. So ChatGPT is the fastest growing platform ever. So if what you're seeing at this graph here is time to 1 million users. So it took Netflix 3.5 years to get to 1 million users. It took Facebook 10 months. It took Instagram 2.5 months. It took ChatGPT 5 days. 100 million users in 2 months. Fastest growing platform ever. Crazy. All right, so let's get into it. I'm going to put this down and try to do the demo and hope it works. I will give you a disclaimer that technology is technology. Nothing is perfect. Sometimes it might get a little laggy, but for the most part, it's pretty quick. And I already have
Lost the screen a lot.
Okay. I hit escape. Of course, I tested it this morning. Back up, hopefully my mouse will get out of this. Yeah, it's like it's stuck. Yeah. It's crazy.
Your mouse is moving.
Yeah, but it won't let me out of it. Let's try the little roll up delete casting. Yeah. Yeah, if I don't mind, let me see if we can do that, or maybe I'll just.
Yeah.
Maybe I can unfreeze it here. Why I have a new computer being delivered today. Like she don't. Yeah, all right. This is, I don't need that. All right, all right. It's not-
That'll be fun plug-in. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, while we're having technical difficulties, a couple things I forgot this morning. On the agenda that's printed in front of you, thank you to Michigan Commission of Supplies. We have QR codes. We want you to share your pictures. So if you get great shots from today, candidates or selfies or whatever, we'd love you to either upload them to our FemPreneur Facebook group. If you haven't belong to that, please join, or to our Google folder. We have a photo folder inside of today's Google folder. So we want to share your pictures with us. On the back of the agenda is an alphabetical listing of all of our exhibitors. Make sure that you take your passport around with you at lunchtime, right? We have an hour for lunch. We intentionally don't schedule speakers because we know women want to build relationships. And you can't do that if somebody's talking at you from the front of the room. We build in these healthy, robust time periods where we can meet each other, share stories, share connections. So this is just an alphabetical listing of all the exhibitors who are here today. And then I had space, so I just put in some lines if you wanted to make some notes or, write people's phone number or whatever. So that's on the back of the agenda. And there's a QR code for our master Google folder down here at the bottom. So in that folder, when you click here today, instead of having to request, let's say, the handouts or the PowerPoints or whatever, everything is uploaded into this Google folder for you. So this agenda has purpose and value. The two QR codes at the top are where we're hoping you'll share your pictures with us, either on Facebook or in the Google folder. And down here, this QR code will get you access to everything from here today, as well as some specials from some of our presenters, and like the self-defense class has a flyer in there. And after today, if you do not want your contact information shared with the women in this room, you just tell us and we will delete you. Because in this Google folder will also be a spreadsheet of everybody who's here today. But we give you the opportunity to opt out. No one ever has, because why? I don't know why you would, but we have that option. So it's not in there yet because we wait for a day. If anyone does not want to be included in that contact document, we'll delete you. Just email me or Heather, okay? How much more time do I have? I know. Okay, good. I forgot to mention these things.
All right, I have these all pre-typed for you because I can't type and talk at the same time, so we're just gonna have to wing it here, but I want you to be able to see the or so I'm typing in, asking it for help with an itinerary for my 2-day trip to Universal. And of course, I had these all these things, so I took that on Facebook. Roller coasters and include gluten-free, my daughter's gluten-free, dining options, and shows. So there's a ton of typos, but we're gonna see how fast this is and how it does. So it says, start my day at a certain tavern, then it tells me where to explore, tells me what attractions to go see, gives me restaurant recommendations. If I were to type the same thing into Google, I would get something completely different, right? I get a list of all these sponsored things telling me to click here, see this, see that. So at first I even thought, it's like Google, right? No, it's very, very, very different than Google. All right, let's do another one. Let's do, give me a industry one of you might want to prospect into.
Lavender.
Lavender. Prospect, we'll see, prospect into the lavender industry. Please, and it sounds crazy that I'm being very nice to this and talking to it like it's a person. I'm saying good morning, I'm saying please, I'm saying thank you. It's intentional. It starts to become more conversation and helpful the way that you talk to it. So please give me a list of companies to prospect. All right, let's see. I've never done lavender. I don't know how this is going to come out. Okay, so it just gave me the top 15 companies to prospect. Now, what I might wanna say is, thanks. Can you tell me their biggest challenges that I could help them with to grow? I prospected into lavender before, so we'll see what happens. So here it is, pain points, seasonal variation, market saturation, supply chain management, regulatory compliance, sustainable distribution challenges, brand awareness. Bam, already told me that. What if I said, who are the key decision makers for business consulting at these companies? Now it's pausing for a minute, then it's gonna tell me the key decision makers for every single one of these types of companies. So now maybe what I want to do is, please. I'm also an S on the disc profile, so I'm overly polite, so I'm sorry if you're annoyed with my please create a prospecting sequence, including LinkedIn, phone calls, and emails to reach these key decision. Gives me day by day what to do. LinkedIn outreach, afternoon. Here's my follow-up messaging. One time. So it's mind blowing what it can do to help you research industries. Yeah.
Could it tell you cell numbers of these people?
Not on the free chat GPT. It doesn't pull like web links. It doesn't give you personal information. If I type that in, it will say, I'm sorry, I'm unable to give you the cell information for that.
Well, no, because they haven't paid for it.
It's on 3.5 right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But you could pay for that and get that.
I don't know that it gives you phone numbers, but it does give you web references and things like that you. Lots of other things I haven't even really fully played with yet is I just upgraded to the free one 2 days ago. Just to start playing with it, everything I've done so far has been in the free version. And when I go back to my deck in a minute, I will show you, there's a specific way in which helps you get the best out of ChatGPT. And you can do what's called prompt stacking, which is what I'm doing. We asked it something and we continue to build on what it gave it to me. So what if I said, thanks, take those biggest challenges and help me create probing questions I could ask decision makers. Put your, your response in chart form. Crazy.
Wow.
Yes.
It's just mind blowing.
Yes.
If you're very old. What's happening here?
Yeah.
So for one Etsy shop or website, when you use those SEO words, which are so overwhelming, so could it even do that?
Yeah, you could tell it to give you the most powerful Etsy. You could ask it to do that.
You just want to hover right
Yeah.
So I tried, I have the paid version
Yeah.
and I tried the contact information search and it says without their consent, it
Ah,
doesn't actually.
That makes sense. Yeah.
So I assume you can print this stuff off somewhere?
You can export it and send it to yourself or send it to someone else. You can export it and print it. Yep. And it saves it. So you'll see like on the left hand side, this is her ChatGPT account. It's got everything that she does. It keeps it, she's got it organized in folders, so it doesn't go away until you tell it you want it to go away and go ahead and delete it. It's always there for you.
I just upgraded to the paid version to try it out, and it also has different apps you can integrate. So like I asked it to do like 3-year financial projections, and it did that too, and you can like talk back and forth. Like under different assumptions.
Yeah,
You know,
that is
assuming I bring this in-house or this whatever.
amazing. Amazing.
I've used this since the beginning, and I found that, as you notice how quick this comes out, if you actually tell it, please think about this for a moment before you give me your responses, and it gives you a really more in-depth answer.
Yeah. You can also have it simplify things, so whatever it gives you, you can say, please rewrite that as if I was talking to a 7-year-old, and it'll make it much more simplified.
I was gonna say, if you're creating content, you can ask it to make outlines on certain topics or frequently asked questions. You don't want it to just write your content, like I do a podcast, so I'll have it outline a topic and then I can use that as I.
Awesome. Now, I have a 17-year-old daughter. She's in high school. They're already being taught how to use AI in their life. And originally I was thought like, I feel terrible for the education system that this thing exists, because what do they do? But there's actually some really smart uses of it. So you can actually, if she's writing a paper right now, she could, that's due Friday, I think, she could upload her paper and then say, here's the rubric, rate me on the rubric and give me suggestions on things I can do to make it better. And it will help her improve her paper.
They have trackers on those places.
They do, there is software that they can tell if it's being, yep. But I like that use of it because you can say, giving suggestions, it didn't rewrite it for you, but it gives you suggestions. Anything you're trying to create, my mom is a kidney dialysis patient who's trying to get activated on the transplant list. So I put in, and I want to start getting her word out. So I said, I put into ChatGPT, help me write a description about my mom, gave it all the information. It came up with what I was putting it off for like 3 weeks. I'm like, how am I gonna write this? I don't know what to do. I put in ChatGPT, I had to make like 3 really small changes and it was done for me super duper quickly. There's so many use cases for this that we could literally try anything you want. Is there something you want to try right now? We can try, otherwise we can, yeah.
Can I ask you, how does it know if you're changing, what you're talking, you know what, if you're changing subject?
Yeah, so you just do a new chat. So I like to keep the single like topic ones in one. So this is all about lavender. If I wanted to start something else, you just hit the new chat button and then it'll start a new thread and it immediately puts it on the left. So you'll see lavender industry and universal trip are 2 separate things there on the left-hand side. So it kind of does that automatically.
It also, you could create different bots. And I don't know if the free version does that, but you can create different bots. And let's say one, you want it for your social media posts and another to help you figure out how your website design works, or, you know, one is for your sales and that's how you can go to the different ones. And it will know exactly what you're gonna ask. It'll also give you suggestions and then those will also take time.
Wow, see, I know nothing about that. I started to get overwhelmed.
I know it's random, but I've actually used it to make recipes.
Yes.
So I wanted to like put more protein in things. I had an idea for a cream pie and I was like, use Greek yogurt, use some things that I have in my pantry.
Yep.
And it made the recipe up where I didn't have to guess. And it gave me the exact amounts and it turned out amazing. And I was like, this is crazy that it can work that way.
Yeah.
What is about copyright? If she's creating her own recipe,
So-
or if I'm writing an essay, somebody else can.
Yeah, so that's a great point. So everything on the public AI, once it gets created, it's available for everyone else. There are ways though, like University of Michigan, and there are ways, I don't know how to do it, so don't ask me how, but there is a way where you can protect everything that's generated for you, stays for you, and doesn't get sent to someone else. It is important, and Heather, I'm assuming you've done this, but when you do, even the free version, I want you to go in here and customize ChatGPT. You haven't done it.
I have not.
So if you go into this section here and customize ChatGPT, you want to tell it about you. So mine says if we were logged into my account, it would say that I'm a business owner of a Sandler company, who I help. I may even put in what my disc style is. You put in the name of your company. This is where don't put in your home address and your social security number and stuff you don't want it to know. But then when it answers in relevance to you. So if I were to type that prospecting one into my ChatGPT, it would say, since you help with performance consulting, it builds it all in. If I asked it to write a job description for a new salesperson for me, it'll immediately put my company name into the edit for me because I told ChatGPT who I am. So that's a really important thing to go ahead and add, just the customization, so it knows more about you and it can answer more relevant to you.
And one thing too, with those separate chats on the left hand side, it learns based on the feedback you give it and the questions, so that's why you can. So that's why Alana has, she's talking about having different chats for different
Yeah.
things, because if she goes back to her Universal Studios one.
Right.
And asks more questions about that, it'll continue to expand on what it's already.
So let's say,
Alana,
yes,
if you said I don't like this.
yes,
Scratch it, give me something new.
it'll start over. Every time you ask it, it gives you something slightly different.
Okay.
And so, it gave me this, I might say, thanks for Universal, please do again. And leave out the water rides that get you really wet, because I'm not doing it. So then it'll give it to me again and take that step out. And then I could also say, my husband hates theme parks and really is just going so that he can feel included. I might say, give me ideas for my husband who doesn't like rides or crowds to also enjoy it. Yeah, I don't understand it. Like, it's giving back the scenes tour, relaxing things, other things he can do. I can probably tell it, can you map out for my husband a beer crawl so that he can make it? So the possibilities are really quite crazy, and you just have to get in and start playing with it. And I love the recipe suggestion. I did that. I was like, I have ground turkey, I have this and that, help me with an idea to make for dinner. And it gave me a shepherd's pie and I tried it, it was great. So I hate deciding what to make.
The only thing I would just caution about using it for is like job applications or things like that.
Yeah.
Because everyone's gonna put the same description into it, and
Yes.
I work with some college undergrads, and it was very easy to tell that they use ChatGPT to apply for a program.
Yep. And personalization, that's why edit versus create. The edit still needs to happen here. We can't just copy and paste. Edit, very important. Anything else? And then I'll give you a couple closing slides on best practices and how to use the prompts to talk to it, and then I have a free gift for you as well.
So is it just
Yeah, just go to ChatGPT, and it's chatgpt.ai or OpenAI, chat.openai.com. But if you just go into Google and say ChatGPT, you can create a free account, doesn't cost anything, and start playing with it. And then if you want to upgrade it, it's $20. Yep. Oh, sorry.
I just had one more use case that we discovered recently that was extremely helpful. We asked it where we can advertise locally within both print and online marketing. And it gave us all of the local news subscriptions, who to contact, where to actually post it, et cetera.
Awesome.
Which was extremely helpful.
If you didn't hear her, she said she asked it to tell her where she could advertise locally, and it gave her all the places of where she could do print and online.
What if you asked it, is this better than that? Is LinkedIn a better marketplace for me, or is Pinterest, or is
I've
Facebook?
never done it, let's try it. Well, Heather's not customized, I guarantee that mine,
Customized.
right, it probably would hard to reference, it's gonna give you a vague answer, but because I have in there who I work with, it'll probably say for you, LinkedIn is your best at navigating, because that's where your target demographic is the most. But if I were in a B2C type of business, it would probably tell me to do Instagram or Facebook, but I don't have an influence.
Can't you just, then just say, I'm in this market?
We could,
This
yeah,
is
if it wasn't customized, you could say, I'm a business consultant, I work with these types of companies, and which is the best social strategy for me, best social platform. It's pretty insane how powerful it is. Any other great questions or use cases?
I have one more thing to add. I have a friend who was in Dallas last week for a conference on how to use AI to build a one-year marketing plan. And as Alana was going through, if she asked it a question, then she dived deeper. This was an actual, he was giving me, you know, a rundown before he went of how it worked. So you start with this, and then you ask it that, you ask it that. So anything you can imagine, if you ask it the right questions in the right order,
Yes.
it will just walk you through the whole thing. It's We don't, it's amazing, it's
But
amazing.
you really do have to ask the questions the right way.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get frustrated with what it's giving you and you have to rethink how to ask it. Who's the owner of this platform? It is, there is.
It's this, I heard that the CHT, the chat part, that's an acronym for something, and I just researched it the other day, I don't remember what it was, but I'm sure, yeah.
And then it's being built into a lot of things like Travelocity, Bing, all that. It's now being integrated, the content right into the platforms that you are using, so you don't even know that you're using AI. And I guarantee if you've ever made a customer service call and are always dealing with a robot voice, you are dealing with AI, whether you realize it or not. It's taking what it's giving you and directing the answers and who it's talking to. So we're using it. We're a victim of it. One of the two. All right, so the prompts, let's go there real quick. Really important on the way that we talk to it. So here's an example of asking it a question. The math problem, really, right? David is 3 years younger than Mary and half her age. What age is Mary right now? And it's basically saying it can't give me the answer because of the way that I asked the question. So it's like these two statements cannot both be true at the same time. It's not possible. Well, if I change the way that I ask it and say that take a step-by-step approach, but avoid using too many paragraphs. Now it's going to give me exactly how to solve the problem because I asked for a step-by-step approach. So the way that you ask it is really important. So this, I want you to screenshot, you'll have it because this deck is available for you. But this next thing, when we get them all built, I would say screenshot it because it's at least a really good framework on how to talk to it. So the greetings and introductions. I know I'm a nice person. I use the whole politeness, but it really does help you feel better about the answers it's giving you. So give it some sort of oral greeting, good morning, good afternoon, hi, whatever, and then introduce what it is that you want. Then you want to give it context. You want to give it some context around what it is you're looking for. So in my world, I might say I'm doing some research for a client, act as my sales consultant and help me understand the biggest industry challenges in the wealth management sector. So I'm telling it how to act as. Then we're going to give it the specific question or request. So build me an itinerary, give me a list of questions, give me a blog post, whatever. And then we can give it any optional relevant information that we want. And then what format do you want the response? So you can ask it like you saw me do put it in chart form and it'll put it in chart for you. If you want a one-page summary, it'll give you a one-page summary. If you want a blog post, if you want a prospecting sequence, whatever it is, give it the format for a response. So this is a good framework if you're getting frustrated, like it's not giving me what I want. Go back and use this as a guide to give it enough context to help you with what you're trying to do. I want to make sure everybody's just still people taking pictures. All right. Oh, and I always have the plate closure. You know, I have that. Can't help myself, but it really does help keep it talking to you conversation. All right. So remember, word of thumb, we need to personalize, right? Personalize is a template. We might be using this for a template, but we still need to personalize it, tailor it for how we're using it. This is where we want to make sure that we're editing it, making sure that it's yours. We did the QA already. In your Google Drive is a white paper on the best proven prompts for sales. So it'll give you exactly what to type. So act as a sales manager for blank company. Can you share the top 5 challenges you face in your role in business? That might be something I'm looking for as I'm trying to prospect and talk to sales managers. Tell me about blank industry. What are the biggest challenges facing blank industry? Give me the names of the CEOs and or for the blank companies with the complete, it'll tell you exactly how to do it. It's a step-by-step kind of white paper and it's in that Google Drive for you for free. And then last but not least, this is not, well, it is in the Google Drive, but if you want to go ahead and scan this QR code, give me a little feedback. Tell me what it is that you learned if you want, or if you know of a place that can benefit from having near one of my colleagues speak at association organizations. If you want a guest pass, I'm offering to have anybody come to a sales class, a management class, or a customer service class as my guest if you want a guest pass. And we also do a regular newsletter with free tips and all that type of stuff. So if you're interested in any one of those 3 things, go ahead and just scan that. And then I will make sure to connect with you and get you what you need. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay. I think. For the same vendors, yeah, okay, all right.
Right, so Nicole from Lake Trust, you don't, I have this slide for you, let me just switch back here. No, but I've got.
Yes.
Hang on.
Yeah.
I was on. What I am realizing though is that, I did not write my notes large enough. It's okay. So I am Nicole from Lake Trust Credit Union. I'm glad to be back with you again today. I also am a wanderer and I do trip often at these events, so let's avoid that. So today I am talking about networking with intention. What I'm going to ask you to do is flip that script. It's building an intentional network. That's the point of networking. Right? Heather said earlier, and I wrote it down because I wanted to quote you. Social media is not a sales platform. It's not. Neither are networking events. Today is not a sales platform. Even all of us in the marketplace, not a sales platform, right? So the purpose of networking, flip the script, is to build an intentional network. Everyone in this room is an entrepreneur or works on behalf of an entrepreneur, right? Yes. Yeah. So some of the questions are going to be rhetorical. Feel free to call yourself out, raise your hand on some of them if you want. That one. So I work with a lot of entrepreneurs. So here's my elevator pitch is what we used to call them. You don't get an elevator pitch anymore. You have about 15 seconds to tell people who you are. So I'm Nicole with Lake Trust Credit Union. I help entrepreneurs launch and scale their business. Curious? Good. My next phase, when you would say, tell me more about that, is I might say, I spend every day working with entrepreneurs who might never become Lake Trust Credit Union members. And that's okay. Actually, I said that to a couple of you today. The survival of your business is important to all of us, and I'm here to help make sure that happens. Curious? Great, come and see me after. I'm here. You can find me. You can find me on LinkedIn, right? Lake Trust is a full service financial institution. I could sell you all those things. How many of you came today to buy a checking account? No? Well, there goes my plan. Right? No, okay. If you had anxiety, rhetorical question, raise your hand if you want, about coming today. Yeah. Or you wanted to be the very last or the first. Okay, if you have a broken foot, cool that you were first, right? But if you wanted to sit first, so you didn't have to talk to the people, or if you had that ick factor. I've talked to a couple people. I represent Lake Trust at many chamber events, 16 different chambers. And people are like, oh, sometimes the chamber events, I just don't know, like they're so and that yuck factor is it's probably some of your approach to the networking. If you're approaching it as a salesperson, it's yucky for you, because if I would have walked up and said, I'm Nicole from Lake Trust Credit Union. We have great checking accounts. Do you like your checking account? How's your checking account going today, right? Okay, it's my fault. It's yucky to me to say that. And I just made networking yucky for the other people. So there's some things I'd like you to write down that we're going to talk through. And a lot of the speakers today have actually, this is a theme. It's not about being a great networker. It's not about all of these things, right? It's about being a good human and being a good conversationalist. Alana has a 17-year-old. I have a preteen boy. right? So these are not my secrets to networking. These are not anyone's secrets. These are just being a good conversationalist, which is what networking is. Open-ended questions. My favorite, and there's some late trusters in this room. So I do have a couple new late trusters that I haven't gotten to do this with. We do a book club and we talk about this. My favorite open-ended question, Monica said it, tell me more. Right? Tell me more. I've learned a lot about a lot of you today. And that's my mission at events like this. I think, have heard this throughout our life. 2 ears, 1 mouth. Prefacing, everybody knows what that is. I heard you say, you mentioned. These are just, again, conversational skills that will help you. Have you ever tried to ask a 12-year-old boy how their day at school was? Again, also an entrepreneur that is a great doer and not a great networker. Ever tried to learn more about that person's business? Right, tell me more. What drives you? What made you get into this, right? Service mindset. How many of you, this is an actual, how many of you have a service mindset? I figured this room would have a lot of hands. You got into what you're doing probably because you have a service mindset. Approach networking the same way. If you walk in thinking, I'm going to get 7 checking accounts, that's not a thing we do, right? At Lake Trust. But if you walk in thinking, I need 7 leads, you're going to feel icky and the people you talk to are going to be icky. If I'm calling somebody out that did this, I'm not doing it intentional. I didn't see anybody. But if I walk in and there's roughly 12 people at my table, wonder I told you, and handed out 12 business cards. Have you ever gone to the ladies' room and found your business card in the trash? Have you? I have, and you're like, oh, or you found it in the parking lot because somebody didn't, they dropped it and didn't care to pick it up. And now a lot of it, it's like the LinkedIn click thing. Don't be a business card dealer. Give your card to those that actually need to contact you or somebody you want to follow up with, right? Don't just hand 12 people your card because you feel obligated because you're at the table with them. They're not going to even remember you tomorrow. So if you approach networking with a service mindset, I have a book and we do have a giveaway. My friend, Greg Peters, the Reluctant Networker, he's actually from Ann Arbor. If you know Greg, I love Greg. And his book is the book club I do and make a lot of my new leaders go through. So there's 2 of them in the room. So be looking forward to your book club. But he actually is the one that drove the attention of like the business card dealers. But he also says, if you're nervous to go to a networking event, go early. Who was here super early? Right? You have the opportunity then to be of the service mindset. You can know where the ladies' room is. You can know where the coat hook is. You can, I heard other ladies helping other ladies find the coffee. That's service mindset. Also gives you an opportunity in networking to like not be the last one. Have you ever walked into a networking event and there's like 5 people huddled together talking and you're like, now what? First, if you're the group huddled together talking, kind of shame on you, right? The purpose of networking is not to talk to the 5 people you already know. Learn something new about somebody. That's my mission. I work with entrepreneurs, like I mentioned. I need to have a giant network because you all are needy. You all are needy, right? I need to know a CPA in every region I work in. I talk to a life coach in Grand Rapids. I get calls from Grand Rapids. I now have a person that I can say like, hey, I am not there. I can't help you, but I have a friend who is. That's important. That's the purpose of networking. So if you go in with that mindset shift, it loses its it factor. You're not a salesperson. You're learning more about the people that you can either be a connector to. So if there's business A I meet, I'm business B, and I meet business C. What if I could connect A and C together, and they can either share resources, do bulk ordering, Or, gosh, you're a business, who was talking about assumptions and projections? Cool, ChatGPT, that's really hard for entrepreneurs to do. What if I know somebody that's really good at doing that and I can connect the two of them? Because guess what, as lenders, we need that information and it needs to be rock solid. I'm taking myself out of that equation and I'm gonna connect the two of you. And now you can run with it. Loop me back in if you want, you lose their phone number, call me back. But I'm gonna be a connector. And if you approach networking with that mindset, I'm getting my time. I could talk about this. So what I'm gonna challenge you, flip the script. Approach it with the service mindset. Use one of the skills that we've talked about earlier. I'm happy to talk to you about some of the things you're curious about. And you can find me on LinkedIn. I think it's in the, and we'll do questions at lunch. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day. This is my favorite day of the year.
Well, Robin makes her way up. I want to share one thing that was amazing. And when you're stuck in that group of 5 people and you're trying to break free, a line that I learned or I don't know, made up years ago was my goal today is to meet 3 new people or 5 new people, or it's great to connect with, we reconnect at different times. I want to meet my goals. So that's an easy way to break out of the bread of the chit chats. So, okay, so I have to preface this, Robin Subi and I met during COVID online. We have never met in person until last night. She drove from Northern Virginia to be here today. And this is like a dream come true. And she, one of those COVID gifts. There were so many gifts in a really difficult time. And in my world, this is one, and a lot of folks in this room have engaged with her and have met her virtually, and it's a miracle that she is here. So and I was okay. So did you want to give put in here?
Yeah, thank you, Heather. Honestly, can you all hear me?
Yeah.
This has been a dream come true to be Heather. Upgrades as a part of the story. Okay. So my bio's in Google Doc. What you really need to know about me is I am passionate about helping you, small business owners, do better, to launch and grow your businesses. I've spent 20 years doing this, worked with thousands of clients. You matter to us and can't hear. Yeah. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. So my passion to help you build your businesses makes me standing here between you and lunch. So let's get going. So the title of this is Masterminds Unleashed, Illuminating Your Shining Path to Growth. Lofty freaking title, right? But it can do it. Masterminds can do this for you. Let's talk about how that's going to happen. You still have to do the work. The masterminds are the structure. And by the way, you can create your own. You can find one that's already created. I run some, but you can create your own. You have to do the work. You have to have the right group. A lot of it is selecting the people that are in your group. Mindset. You must be open to change. ChatGPT, and we just every industry has undergone change and more is coming. Confidence and believe in yourself and your purpose. Navita talked about that. Okay, so you may not be confident right now, but you're going to continue to work on your confidence. When you're confident, you just feel better. You know you're shining. So we work on that. Persistence to get through the tough times. Who's not had a tough time in your business? Right, yeah. No hands. Totally get it. You all will. So yes, masterminds can help you eliminate your shining path. So we're going to talk about how. Being a small business owner. Being a small business owner demands grit and spit and flexibility and confidence and know-how, time and money, relentless pursuit of your dream in the face of uncertainty. But how do we get to that and do that too when we're having a tough day? You need other business owners to help
you model what you want to do, you experience what you want to do. And they can be your path to growth. So masterminds were popularized by Napoleon Hill in the 1920s. It's been around, even Benjamin Franklin before that, so for decades. What it is, in a nutshell, is a peer-to-peer mentoring group, defined purpose. That's it. It's a group of people who are together with a defined purpose. In our case, we want to grow our businesses. That's it. So I'm going to explain the structure that I use when I run my masterminds. You can change this to suit your purposes. Use what the ideas that you like, take away others. But I'll show you my structure, and I've got an exhibit table. Stop by asking questions. But I usually put, I usually put 6 to 8 people in my groups. That it's big enough so that if somebody can't make a meeting, your meeting's not gonna fall apart. It's not so big. People say, I have a mastermind, and there's like 500 people there. That is not a mastermind. Not a massive group. So 6 to 8 people, and I divide them into those that are launching. So launch to maybe, it used to be a startup was up to 3 years. Now up to 5 years is typically one group. And then 5 years and beyond is the growth group. And there are always going to be people that are not in those groups, that fit different groups. But that's a general thing. Members are from different industries. You need different perspectives. If I was working with a beer manufacturer one time and talking about an advisory board, he says, I need to get other beer people. I said, no, you need to get scotch, you need to get whiskey, you need to get distilled, you need to get all these other industries on your board. Not just, beer, what don't you know? So different industries. I meet twice a month. So, because people are busy, right? You've got to have some time. I love that. You're listening. I love it. We got twice a month because you're busy. This is part of growing your business. Is we're going to work on your business, not just in it. But you want to make it very sharp and very focused. So I go for an hour and a half because our attention span after that is dismal, and we keep it lively during that hour and a half. And then I facilitate them. So you're going to have a facilitator. That's going to be somebody who's going to keep the meeting going. And when we start, we do a quick check-in. We haven't seen each other for a couple of weeks, so there's a real quick check-in, updates, challenges, follow-throughs, things like that. And then we have 1 or 2, they're called hot seats. I call them golden opportunity seats. It's your chance to present to the group whatever your challenge is, whatever your opportunity is, get their feedback. I'll talk about that in a second. Then there's a closeout. And then people are going to say what they're going to do before the next meeting. That's accountability. That's extremely important in mastermind groups. Okay, back to those golden opportunity seats. Each member rotates through, and you have a chance to do 2 or 3 rounds of this because you want this continual. It can be something as like, I've got this challenge and I don't really know what to do with it. Or I've got a difficult customer client I have to make tomorrow. I need you guys' input. How should I approach this? Or somebody approached me and they gave me this opportunity and it sounds too good to be true. I need you to be my fresh eyes. Help me think. What am I missing? What am I not seeing? They're like your ad hoc board advisors. Why are they doing this for you? Because they were selected for the right people in the right group, and you're doing it for them. You choose each other. You became a advisory. They are your partners in this period of time. So we do after they present. Actually, some people say getting ready to present is their very best opportunity because they have to take a look at their company. They don't want to let their mastermind members down, right? They're taking a look at their company. They're organized. They get data that they hadn't really calculated before, and so they're prepared like for a board meeting. And that has been instrumental for them to knowing what they're talking about and making their business better. Then we have a lightning round because there's a time crunch here. So we do a lightning fast round of feedback and questions. And then they're going to come back in a couple of weeks and they're going to give us an update on that. So I have a community platform. So they'll go to the community platform and give the update there. People can asynchronously look at it. They can also communicate, off board with each other and keep the conversation moving. But that lightning fast round, that lightning feedback round is really, really important. Okay, so, and sometimes it's like, I had this happen to me, or I heard of this happening to somebody else, and that's the kind of feedback your group is going to give to you. It's that shared experience. So again, the value in that though is figuring out afterwards what you're gonna do. Okay, that's the between the meetings and the meeting structure. So why did they work? So a quote from Napoleon Hill is it's a friendly alliance with one or more persons who will encourage one another to follow through with both plan and purpose. That's all the key words that who loves to follow through, follow up. Okay, if you're in a mastermind group, you're gonna follow up because they're gonna hold you accountable. But the key thing to this, Forbes talking about offering a combination of education, brainstorming, peer support, accountability. Mastermind groups are ideal environments that structure that you've created for learning from others while sharpening both business and personal skills. My clients on the business side and the personal side, because you are both. At the end of the day, you don't want to have grown this amazing business and realize that your children have grown and you haven't been there for them. That's not what we care about. It's about both sides of the house, the business and the person. So the design and the purpose are key for why masterminds work. For my groups, you're around a definite major purpose. And that's what for us, is growing businesses, clear and simple. And then it's personal and professional growth. I mean, we have to have growth, guys. We all want to do better. Who wants to do better? Positive question. We all want to do better. And this is how we can do it. And your members are selected, again, selecting your group for their willingness to be collaborative, supportive, and encouraging. They are not yes people. We're going to get to that in a second. Well-meaning friends and family members need not apply. And so my group today, one person was talking about she wanted to do something. She goes, you know, my daughter said it's not going to work. I'm like, whoa, hold the horses here. And we had a conversation. The whole group had a conversation. This loved her daughter. This was not about that. She needed to have a different perspective than her daughter's perspective on that one. So your facilitator is going to keep things moving. There are going to be times that people are, sometimes they have to think. Your facilitator has to think. Are we going to just contemplate this for a while? Are we going to have somebody else ask another question? I'll see somebody else say, well, hey, Susie, I haven't heard from you for a while. What are you thinking? And always the person comes up with something, they just need a little nudge, or they're thinking, or they're a little bit uncomfortable. And I am never any more amazed at the value that each member brings to the table. So when your facilitators are facilitating these groups, make sure you're calling on everybody. Everybody is included. So everyone has a chance to participate. No one dominates the discussion. I've been called steel spy with kid gloves, and I can keep control of any meeting. And I use it, so set expectations. When you say to the group, if I cut you off, I'm not being rude, I'm keeping the meeting going. Let them give you permission to facilitate that group. Otherwise, your group has gone off the rails, and don't do that. Be respectful, establishing ground rules, and just making sure that you are comfortable in your group. So it's also a friendly environment to vet ideas, but it is not a yes man group. Repeat after me, it is not a yes man group that has no purpose for mastermind. It's collaboration and support, but growth occurs in times of challenge, when you reach deeper, when you confront truths. You thought this would work, you did the market research, it bore it out, but it didn't work. What am I going to do? How am I going to pivot from this? Have I given it enough time? What am I not seeing? Those are the kind of questions you're going to give to your group in this kind of a situation. I need your fresh eyes on this. I am too close to it. I need you to help me think this through. So we do a lot of brainstorming, which I'm not going to quickly go into brainstorm. Everybody brainstorms, right? But there's actually a model for that. You want to have a bunch of ideas. If you're in a brainstorming mode, lots of quantity. Withhold criticism. Do not kill the messenger. Withhold that. It's a safe space. Welcome wild and crazy ideas. They lead to actual, honest to God, amazing ideas. So welcome the wild ideas. Combine and improve ideas. So it's a process as you brainstorming it, and you'll have a. So again, share experiences. Which CRM are you using and why? Again, a difficult client question. I need your input. It's also a challenge to each other to set goals. So I live in DC, near DC, and a lot of government workers said, no. If there's government work here in here, forgive me, but my government clients always set goals that are very reachable. I'm like, why? Well, we have performance reviews, we get raises, and it works for us to have, goals that we can. That's behind you, that's in DC. Here, we're setting goals that are stretch goals. You're not sure you're gonna reach them, but gosh, darn it, you're gonna try. You're gonna push yourself. And people will set goals in masterminds, and somebody will come in and they'll ask if it's too big, if it's too small. Goldilocks version with a stretch. Accountability. In the ever, checking my time, in the ever evolving world, it's not about the idea. Ideas are a dime a dozen. Execute the ideas. If you're not going to execute the idea, just follow through. More sales are lost from not follow through. I think this is correct. More sales are lost from not following through.
Yes.
And put into great intentions to do something. If you don't follow through, it doesn't work. So it's all about follow through. And then education and trusted resources. Shared here today. If somebody heard a mastermind, they go back to the mastermind meeting and they say, hey, I heard from Alana and she talked about this XYZ program. Have you tried it? We actually use ChatGPT in one of our masterminds. I said, okay, who's used ChatGPT? Like one person asked. I said, okay, we're going to use ChatGPT. So we decided on a prompt. We all use the same prompt. We opened up a couple different windows and everybody reported out their results. It was fascinating. One person hated ChatGPT. I think I was wrong, but she had to experience it, and I forced her. That steals my thing. I forced her. So anyway, by yourself, you only have so much experience. Alone, your monsters are huge. Alone, you're unaware of major trends that are happening in the business world and all over the world, but you're not focusing on that. In the mastermind, you will. It's like collaboration on steroids. The sum of the parts is greater than the whole. By yourself, you're a thread. Together in a mastermind, you become a rich, vibrant tapestry. So that's why I love masterminds. It was Jan who talked about the self-efficacy model. Yeah, and I talked to you at the break. It was, I had never heard of this model until I was doing research, and I love this model. So this is about, okay, thank you. Self-efficacy, I had the definition, your belief in your ability to do something. And Jan upped it, your belief in your ability to complete your mission. Okay, so thank you, Jan, I appreciate that. And we were talking with Namita about confidence today. So this whole program has really led you guys to masterminds. So anyway, performance experience. Have you ever done something in your past and it didn't turn out well? And then, yeah, okay. So then you don't feel good about trying to do that again. Mastermind can help you get past that. You're talking to other people who say, well, yeah, let's look at that. Why didn't that work before? And you might, well, you know what? You couldn't have known that when you were 5 years old or your first year in business or whatever. So it helps you build your confidence. Vicarious experiences, you view others in the mastermind group. Somebody else in the mastermind group has done what you're thinking about doing, or know someone who has. You're viewing it, you're thinking, what would they do? Start thinking, living through them and looking at them as models. Social persuasion, it's encouragement from others. Another example, we had it was last week, we were talking about, so every time in our big mastermind group, this is a mini mastermind, we go through different parts of our business, and we were talking about our value statement. They need to be reviewed. The world changing, you're changing. We talked about our values. Why are people selecting me? Why are they going to me and not you? Okay, so why they would select you and not me? What about us is different? And this one person in the group was going through it and talking about the things she did technically, and the group says, no, that's not it. Those things other people can do, but you are happy. When you're in this group, you're smiling. When we talk to you about this industry, you know what you're talking about. You're confident. You make it easy for us to work with you and hear you. That's why she was different. It was her personality. And I swear, most of you guys who are solopreneurs or micropreneurs, it is you. You are what is different. So bring that out. In another example in the group, we were talking about our past experiences and the story that we told about ourselves. This one person had several years in the industry, which directly related to what she was doing. She said, you know what? I don't talk about this, but I don't talk about that. And that is 100% directly related to why someone would hire her. So anyway, just going through and looking at your business again, social persuasion, encouragement of others to see things differently. Imaginal experience, we do visualizations. Athletes do visualizations all the time. If you guys don't, please do visualizations to help you. They give you hope. They help you see yourself in the future. You do future self. What would future self say about this? And emotional and physical states. If you don't feel good, you don't do well in business. If you're stressed about something, you're not going to do well in business. So we talk about these. Sometimes our challenges are not in the business, they're in our personal lives. And we get to know, in your group, you're going to get to know people and you those challenges to the table. So this is all about how we can go right down, sitting by ourselves at our desk to be happy. Look at that little girl on the bottom. She's pretty darn. This woman, I mean, this is what a mastermind can do for you. This is what doing well in your business can do for you. And you can all do this. I don't think I've actually met an entrepreneur who cannot build their business. This program, that's what masterminds will do. So typical mastermind questions. Want you to close your eyes and think, what are my top 2 challenges right now? What is stopping me from growing? And what are those challenges? That's what we work on. We work on the everyday challenges, on what's stopping you. We tackle your everyday struggles, the opportunities you want to bet. That's what we work on in masterminds. So how can you join a mastermind? Again, research online. Mastermind is the word. Be very careful that masterminds are actually structured as I think they should be structured. I just shared with you. There's not like a master, something that's got a bunch of people in and you don't ever see the guru. By the way, don't do guru whiplash. I get more clients with guru whiplash than everything else. So please don't do that.
What is that?
It's like, oh, somebody goes, Robin, you know, so-and-so, XYZ said I should do this. Oh, the other person I talked to said I should do this. And then they just keep going back and forth. They come to me, they're like, 20 people have told them 20 different things. And I say the same thing. I used to be a court reporter. And I would take a trial with a renowned doctor for the plaintiff and a renowned doctor for the defense. They were both excellent and they disagreed. Okay. So those gurus out there that say this is the only way to build your business, please way to build your business. So that's a good Google Plus. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so research, consider creating your own, use the principles we talked about, making sure that it's, I know lunch is coming, it's structured and the principles we talked about. But I have a table exercise for you, which is really going to turn into a lunchtime exercise. So who's asked to give away free stuff? Okay, who gives away free stuff? Okay, is that good for you or bad for you? It depends. It absolutely depends. And so I want you guys to have a conversation and we're going to report out after the lunch. But over lunch, as you're talking, it was, you know, what about free stuff? And the questions I want you to ask yourself. What do you give away and why? Does it help you or hurt you? I want you to learn from each other. I want you to share. I want you to be curious, ask questions, and start with what you actually give away. You probably give away a lot. And there is not a right answer. There is not a wrong answer. I just talked with a boutique agency the other day. She has built her business and she really gives away, and she's very high value, continues to give away free stuff. But talked to somebody else and she said, I'll do it, but I want them to value it. If they value it, I will give away free stuff. So what does free stuff even mean to you? And I want you to share your answer and then share your opinions. Keep an open mind. Okay, there truly is not a right or a wrong answer here. There's only your answer. So we'll talk about that after lunch. I prefer that you write your answers down on a question, on a sheet of paper and hand them to me, so I can facilitate it. And we'll open the discussion more after lunch. I want you to really think about what you're giving away for free. You know, and let's just have that conversation. And then the last thing I want you to do, stand in your truth. Learn how to grow a business, how to do better, how to be more professional, how to grow personally. Stand in your truth. Make a promise to yourself that you're going to do. I put number 3 numbers up there. We have more presentations after lunch. Use the presenters today to better yourselves in your business. It might take time, it might take money, it might take being vulnerable, it might take being way uncomfortable. It might take being curious, whatever it's going to take. I want you to decide 3 things that you're going to do, action items for today, and stand in your truth. And I know we have a wrap up. Maybe that's a good time to bring up the wrap, to do that during the wrap up part. 2 more minutes. Are we good? Do you guys have any questions? Yeah, I was an actual professor. I'm typically calling you guys, but I know I'm standing to you. I saw you guys. Okay. But this is me, and I really want to talk about it. This is after lunch. This QR code will take you to my website. I'm going to post the answers on sharing free things on the website, and it also has a couple specials on there. And any questions or answers you guys give me, share on there.
I don't know if it's a question, but maybe a statement,
Okay.
they've been doing this for 27 years.
Okay, congratulations, by the way. Yes.
And the one thing I can really say to every single one of you here, when you're saying stand by your truth, is to do that, right? It's your business. And no matter what you do, you're not going to please everyone. I can guarantee that. And when you try to adapt and change to accommodate other people's needs, it's when you're going to fail. It's when you're going to hurt. Because whether you give something for free, whatever you do, when you're true to yourself, we have our school. If you're negative when you walk in, you won't be walking back in. I've actually asked families to leave. Because when I hear people talking badly about somebody else, I don't want that in my business. I want it to be positive. So from a business perspective, it's not good, but being true to myself, I think we've lasted as long as we have by being who I stay powerful. It may not work for everybody, but it works for us.
Say whether that might actually have served your business in the best way possible. Yeah, I would reply. Let's say it's a round of applause, right? Well done. Thank you.
So more Robin after lunch, just a couple of things, and then we're gonna get out of the way between you and this amazing lunch that Carol has prepared for all of us. Everyday Eddowes is our lunch provider again this year. You have an hour to do what you need to do. A whole hour to connect, to do our professor's assignments. And to use your passport to continue connecting with exhibitors, to add to our Shine and Grow for our at-risk teens, to work on your letter to your inner child, right? Don't forget about that. And Monica's offered to mail it to you in 3 months. So there's a lot of things that you can do over this next hour, and we've given you this time as a gift. A gift to yourself to do any and all of those things and shop for gifts for your kids because Easter's coming, all of that. You've got all of that out here in the hallways. So lunch is just down the hall, but Heather has another, yeah. Okay, don't leave, don't move, freeze. When you exit this room, you're gonna turn right and you're gonna head down to the next conference room. If you were here last year, it's in the same place. Lunch will be there. You can spend time in there networking, you can visit the marketplace, you can do the mural, you can do your letter to your child, you can do Robin's homework, and then Heather has something else to say.
So first of all, I want to dismiss all of the exhibitors so that you can go and get your lunches before the mad rush. And then you can take them back to your tables, or you can, eat there for a few minutes, whatever, but I want you all to go first, so then, then get to your table. Yeah, and while they are doing that, everybody else, you notice that your name tags are. And, everybody should have done a name tag.
I worked at Starbucks in downtown Northville in 2018. You were doing what? I worked at Starbucks in downtown Northville. Yeah, I go there every day, just about. I remember you. Wow. You got a good memory. I was just sitting here and I'm like, that's quick dinner. I used to go every day before work. Yeah, I remember. Well, good to see you. Yeah, good to see you too. You moved beyond. I have.
Some of the techniques that Nicole was talking about, because one of the most important aspects of today is building connections with one another. And I said this a while ago, Robin talking, it is impossible to be in business by yourself now. So form those connections, fill the gaps, find that community, find that mastermind group that is going to help you elevate your business. Okay, and shine. All right, so we will see you back here in about an hour.
Yeah. I don't know where I had these in for a while, so Walmart or something probably. Thank you. Gee, I did like it. I wow. I like how everything's in a show. Yeah, the point, yeah. 8 minutes from here. Me too. Oh, really? Where are you at? 6 months. Okay, yeah, I'm at 8 miles here. Okay, yeah. I'm just back from my dog walk, so I'm here. Oh, make it home. Yeah, my dog. How is it out there? It's cold, it's good, it's cold. Good, right. Wait. Over here. That's neat.
Those for big products.
Right. It's never heard it.
Me neither.
But I mean, for sure, I like this.
I know, I was just sitting, I remember you saying, I didn't, yeah, but, you know, like, even though it's saying that. Saying that to you about it, that's right. I'm sitting in the room, I didn't make, I stay right here. But then, now, I mean, obviously, I know you now, so, but if I would have saw your ring, then I would.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Miss Brown should soon be in the house. She is. Yay. Lunch, I was having so much fun chatting with everybody, so I'm sorry. So we can tell. Okay, so.
We're gonna do this really quickly. I talked to some people on Ray on whether or not you give away free stuff. And Trey wrote down, what do you give away? It's free, podcasts. Okay, thank you. So what is free? Trey Boyle said podcast, valuable insights, support, availability. We did post information there, a checklist, branding list, a prep guide, content coaching. What she never gives away is photography. She's found that it does not lead to new clients. It only affects the free mongers and it's never valued. And I spoke with somebody else and she said she never gives anything away to someone who doesn't value it. So then value is a big proposition there. And then I talked to, Erica and Caitlin. And Erica talked about she works for corporations, but they have too much Caitlin things at giveaway tables, right? And no extra time. The reason they do that is an opportunity to talk to someone as our speakers saying, what's the intention? And then I talked to Erica and she said, I'm just a web designer. It's an opportunity for connection. It's a website audit. It doesn't cost you a lot of time. It's very valued by the people that she gives it to. She's providing value, she's building trust, she's demonstrating value. And it's an incredible value. So we're going to shorten this, so I think it's at the upper right now. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna put this on my website. If you guys go on my table, there's a QR code, there's a handout, sheet, a business card. I wanted to talk to more of you just about once, and I really want to explore this question. So I think it's a really valuable question for small business owners. Before the pandemic, things were kind of free, not free, pandemic, free everything. And I feel like the market is changing back. That doesn't mean you should change back. It means I want you to look at the market and to make a decision, a strategic choice on what you're, first of all, know what you're giving away for free. It's your time, it's your resources to know it. And then come up with a plan for it. So I'll put this on my website so you guys will all have access to it, and that'll be in the Google Doc. Give me a couple days, okay, but we'll start the conversation there. All right, thank you so much. I enjoyed my presentation to you, your comments to me afterwards. I watched it.
Oh, wait.
I have I call this my confidence cube. Winning is, this is your desk buddy, okay? So put it on your desk, it's somebody to talk to. Winning is mindset. If it's in your heart, find a way. Let me overthink this. Ask for the sale. Please ask for the sale. Own your dream. What if it's nothing? But what if it's everything? And that's your business. Thank you.
Okay, so, next we are gonna have our Money Matters panel. So if you are part of the panel, please make your way up here. So Debbie, do you want this, do you want me to, is this okay here? And I'm gonna turn it over to Deb Crone, who is going to moderate.
Hello. So it's always so much fun going afterwards. But I am really excited to be here and be part of this panel. I've been part of this event in the past, and I've always walked away with so many great takeaways. I think a couple people mentioned it here, maybe it's Robin, maybe others, but just, something to keep in mind is, take notes, think about, takeaways, things that you can do to improve your business. I feel like there's a lot of great advice in here today. So I am very excited to help facilitate this panel here. And, just talking about businesses and things that are important. I'm going to go ahead and introduce myself, and then each of the panel members will introduce themselves. But I will let you know who's up here. So I am Debbie Crone. I am with Mercer Advisors. I am a wealth management advisor. A little more background about me is I've been a CPA for over 25 years. I'm a certified financial planner, just the alphabet soup. I'm a certified divorce financial analyst, and I gained these credentials over time because I had clients who needed help with different areas. So that led me to where I am now. And one of the things I like to do for my clients is be their trusted advisor. So what that means to me is they can ask me anything. I might not know the answer. I mean, anything about anything. And the idea is just to be that person for them, and I will help them find an answer. Maybe I know the answer, but I don't find the answer. And the other thing that I like to keep in mind as a goal for me, to help my clients is to help them achieve economic freedom. And I'll talk a little bit more what that means later. So first of all, on our panel, we have Amina Sheikh, we have Brianna McNamara, who's sitting here, Nicole Dietrich, and Michelle Carley. So I'll go ahead and pass them on.
Mike, on the table, yeah.
Great.
Hello. I think you can hear. Yes. Okay. I apologize. I have a little bit of an allergy voice, so I'm so sorry about that. But I'm Amina Sheikh. I am the owner of Ladies in Law Legacy Planning Law Firm. The other incredible, and I think even better, owner is right back there, Jazzy. And we created a law firm, obviously, under the name Ladies in Law, because we want to empower women, empower minorities, and work on ways that we can use the law to truly effectuate generational wealth and protect your legacy. There are many ways to do that without ever having to step foot into a court. So. Much better elevated.
I'm Brianna McNamara. I am a CPA. I am a new partner with our Musselman and Julie. And we focus on a lot of these in the room, meaning that we focus on entrepreneurs. We have people from their startups and all the way up to 50 million in gross receipts. One of the things we always say, we can handle the compliance piece, although that's intimidating for many. That's the So that's where we really like to focus, is helping you grow your business and be there for those moments when you have those questions that way you don't know them. I'm happy to be here, so thank you.
But I'm wearing my access to capital hat now for this panel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Carley. I'm the CEO and founder of the Easy for People company. That's 1989. But anyways, we do the books for a few clients, but mostly we have a unique tool that we have most of our clients using, that we help them get their accounting done on their own.
Great. So to start off this panel, one of the things I wanted to point out is the importance for entrepreneurs and different people in business, the importance of putting together their team. So this is a representation of a team that can help people with their businesses in all different aspects. So I'd like to go ahead and get started and ask a few questions. Amina, can you tell us, what is estate planning?
So first and foremost, I don't want anybody to be afraid of the law. Unfortunately, it's become very common that attorneys like to have that big briefcase and kind of put that front, and that's not what it should be. So my goal is explaining this, hopefully whenever anyone comes to me, that it's very understandable to you. So what's estate planning? Estate planning is an attorney creates legal documents, and documents compiled make an estate plan. Each of those documents on your situation and the documents you need in your estate plan. It is how you protect your assets, have control over them during your lifetime and after you pass away. So documents like powers of attorney, wills, trusts, things of that nature. So it's truly the method in which you do asset protection and build generational wealth from proper financial planning.
Great. And how would you say that is helpful to female entrepreneurs?
Well, I mean, any entrepreneurs, but especially female entrepreneurs, as I mentioned slightly before, you do all this financial planning, you're building your business, you're collecting assets, working butts off, right? To take that financial planning and actually protect and create generational wealth is through proper estate plan. Otherwise, you are susceptible that your business is going to be, what's gonna happen? There's not really a succession plan. Certainly, you might have operating agreements or things of that nature. But they don't actually protect the lineage in your choosing if you're not here, there's an incapacity. So proper financial planning and proper estate planning is necessary for female entrepreneurs to protect everything you work so hard for. And most female entrepreneurs, we are control freaks. So estate planning is perfect for that because it does enable you to have absolute control, okay, even if you are not here.
Thank you. I was just watching a webinar yesterday and it just kind of went through different scenarios where somebody set up a trust, set up a family shelter trust, credit trust. And it is amazing how much can be saved in taxes if you do it the right way. So it's lots to be saved. Well, I know we talked a little bit about networking earlier. So what are the types of events that you would recommend people attend for networking? All of them.
No, don't do that. So. It's good to know who's gonna be in the room. So if you think you're gonna be looking or needing access to capital, be in the room that we're in. So maybe try and figure out who's going to be at certain events, or if you're part, the Plymouth Chamber is amazing. However, they get their calendar, you're like, oh, how do I do it? So I think maybe you baby step into, like, always go to the breakfast or always go to their evening ones. So you start to be familiar faces now. Or I think in Detroit, there's a lot of events and they're literally called Access to Capital. And we're together. So I think it's looking, and if you're specifically in the Wayne County area, meet up, you can kind of look and see where we're at. Who's gonna be there, the topic. So I think it's digging into the event, not just being like, oh, I'm free Wednesday morning, let me just go to that one. Make sure you're intentional about the events you're attending.
I love that. Thank you. One of the things that you also talked about earlier is just the whole idea of networking and being yourself. You know, don't going in to just do the sale. That's not so much fun typically. But just actually going in, being yourself, meeting people, creating friendships with a focus. It's nice to have that focus for what, you know, the purpose you really want to be there and connect with people that will be helpful and interesting to you. But yeah, thank you. Yeah. So I'm glad that you're here and awake, because I'm sure you're working a ton of hours right now. So thank you for being here. So what would you say a typical relationship looks like between a business owner and a CPA?
It's definitely organic. I think that, depending on who you are, who you connect with, I think choosing a CPA, you have to find somebody that you can trust, that you feel comfortable with. You know, we all, well, maybe we all use Chat GPT now, but you know, we all use Google and you Google your question, right? Like, what does this mean? How do I do this? And you get all kinds of answers that can virtually panic you or confuse you even more. So finding somebody that is a CPA that understands what the rules are, what you can and can't do, what you need to do, that can help provide you the information to understand what your financials are. We all have a personal financial statement, whether we realize it or not. But understanding it from your business perspective is extremely important and very empowering. It helps you, as my colleague just said, not live out of a checkbook mindset. You know, we grew up, well, some of you are a lot younger than me, but we grew up where we wrote our checks and we balanced it all the time. And that's how we knew what we could spend. And that's where we kind of dictated how we do things in our life. Well, now that you have a business that you're running, you need to be understand what is a balance sheet? What is an income statement? How do they relate to each other? What does it tell about me? What does it tell about my business? From a banking standpoint, what does it tell a banker if you need a small business loan? All of those things come together and you need to find somebody that you can trust. You use the word trusted advisor, we use that all the time. I always think of your CPA, you have to come see us once a year, right? Maybe twice. You drop your stuff off and pick it up, but you see it every year. An attorney, you may not see every year. You might go back every 5 years to update your estate plan. Try it. Or heaven forbid, one of your children becomes disabled and you need to set up a trust. There's so many things that can happen in that regard, but you know, I always look at us as the gatekeeper. So when I look at your information, I'm gonna say, hey, do you realize you have no beneficiary named on your IRA? Do you realize that your ex-husband is your beneficiary of your IRA? Things like that. So building those relationships that help you in your personal life and your soundness, but also giving you the answers for your business. And where you can say, I was just speaking with you a moment ago. She was asking, how do I even form my business? What do I do? You're going to need a business checking account. You're going to need a taxpayer ID. Where do I get that? Those are the things that we can help you with, and you get the right answer and how to do it right. But once you do it wrong, pictures of the IRS or those trailers, all of that. It is, you've probably dealt with it in your career. I mean, IRS is horrible. So get it done right the first time, put the money forward, and that's hard, but put the money forward to invest in your future so that you have everything set up. Can I add to that? Yeah.
I'd like to add to that from the banker hat, a couple things. They should be one of your very first visits. They should understand it has to be a trusting relationship. They should understand your now goal, your 2-year goal, your 5-year goal, and your 10-year goal. Because if they don't understand that, we see a lot of CPAs that really do their clients some disservice because they're just celebrating the write-offs and no taxes. We were talking earlier, you cannot have your cake and eat it too. If you want 50,000, 80,000, $1 million from a financial institution, you have to show income. And the guarantor is dependent on the strength of the guarantor. So if you try to tell me you make $14,000 and you want a $95,000 loan, that's really difficult as the strength of a guarantor, even if it sits on your EIN number. It has to understand going into the tax year, right, what your goal is in the upcoming year. If you have a scale, or if you have a big machine purchase coming up or a building, you know, lease buyout, they have to know all those things because it really does matter, and you don't want to be like scrambling at the end. And also the IRS there are things we honestly can't help you with. So it is important from a banking standpoint to have that set up and to have them straight. If you can't afford what you think you want to afford, they will run those numbers and say, maybe we asked for 40,000 and that's 100%. You can cover that debt. You probably won't cover the $60,000 debt. So they really are your best friend when you go to scale.
Well, that's a really good point. I think, you know, typically we're historians. We look at what happened last year. It doesn't really help you a whole lot, right? You need to learn how to forecast out where you think your business is going, how your cycles are, to utilize that so you can get the loan, to build the equity in your business. You know, I see a lot of new business owners who take everything out of the business. And that's not what you want to do. You want that balance sheet to look pretty for the banker who you need that money for. So, you know, it really is important to get somebody who you can talk to openly and honestly and plan for the future so that you know where you need to be, like she said. And sometimes it's 6 months down the road. And then here comes in the estate planning, right? Once you become successful and you have that, getting that in place so that you have the ability to say where you want things to go when you're no longer here or when it's longer capable of doing.
A little bit. It is very critical, absolutely, for the estate planning when you have accumulated things, your business is successful to go and do it. However, that's putting the cart before the horse a bit. Actually, in fact, I prefer my clients to always get their estate plan done, at least a basic one with a revocable living trust, because to then go and have to transfer assets around, move them around, and not be getting potentially creditor protection, assets. insulation in certain ways that some people can do prior to a business just fully taking off. So in many ways, that conversation needs to happen simultaneously when you're starting to have those conversations with your CPA. We at Ladies Law actually have a maintenance program, so we're talking to our clients 4 times a year. It's very critical. The old school thought was that you would only go and get an estate plan after you retire and everything's gonna happen. Now let me figure it out. Estate planning only is successful to those who behave in a proactive manner, okay? It is not something that you can scramble at the end and try to clean up a lot of mess. You will have wasted a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of effort, okay? To be successful, you need to do these things proactively. To start having a conversation with your CPA, you also go talk to your estate planning attorney and vice versa. Whenever I have somebody coming to me getting an estate plan, I say, okay, are you talking to your bank? Are you also talking to your CPA? Let me talk to them so we can figure out the whole situation right away. How do you sort through this and not go after that, try to figure everything out when you could have been getting a lot of goodies as you go and proper trust in place. Of that nature as your business grows. So we're working on kind of breaking that mold to make that a more accessible understanding when it comes to utilizing your attorney for you and avoiding court, right?
Yeah, I think that's great. I think that's really important. Just like you said, having at a minimum base plan in place, but having your business start off on the right foot and having
restructuring.
Yeah, we don't know what's gonna happen or when it's gonna happen. So it's good to have. And just as Brianna was talking about the IRS, it is so challenging to deal with the IRS. Even when things are very clear and you give them all the information you need that supports everything that they need to know to fix a problem, it still it just doesn't get resolved. Or I found myself explaining to the IRS agent why it is correct and training them. I'm trying to train them, but it's still, yeah. Anyways, the idea is to avoid that and do everything right the first time. So Michelle, that leads me to you. So how does a business owner know what is tax deductible?
Okay, for one thing, the IRS, we've been talking a lot about the IRS. Well, they have on their website a Schedule C form, which is ideal for small businesses to take a look at the expense categories that you can deduct. Okay, I have one here, but it shows, you know, advertising, travel, different expenses. So that's a good start. Also, like on our website, we have 35 different industry lists of deductible expense categories for small businesses. So you can use our QR code. It's on my desk. I mean, on the table up here. So that's a good start. And then that once you start, then each year you can tweak your list a little bit, and you can do subcategories for certain things, so you can get a little better idea on what's going on in your business.
Yeah, and it is important to know what's tax deductible, but I love the conversation that we had earlier too. I mean, it's nice to not pay tax, but you need to do it right. You want your business to have income, so. Right. Important to keep all these things in mind. Okay. Amina, what are some of the biggest mistakes that you would say lawyers made in this day and age?
Oh,
Did I make mistakes?
You're asking me? Yes, absolutely. You know, the thing with the legal profession is it's very embedded in a certain manner of how it should be done, what's the thought of a lawyer, how they should process and deal with clients and all of that. And lawyers, we have found, in particular, Jazzy and I at Ladies Law, they are just amazed by how much we utilize technology, for example, software, where we view everything more like a business versus I'm a law firm and you have to only come in when you have a problem or you're worried about there being a problem and we're gonna sit with a bunch of stacks of paper and you gotta come and sit in front of me every time. No. So I feel that a lot of lawyers get stuck in that mentality of what they thought being a lawyer is. And they're not utilizing certain tools develop them in society that other industries are that help make things more efficient, which then is allowing me as a lawyer to charge less, to be able to be more accessible and efficient for my clients, and accessible not just with price reduction, but also, okay, you're not comfortable leaving your home. A lot of things have changed since COVID. In estate planning, a lot of my clients are like, I want an ease of this. So we're gonna use methods that allow you to do all of this from the comfort of your home, but that's just not the common mindset, right? So I think that's the biggest issue that lawyers run into, and when we transition, we only do estate planning. Most lawyers that do estate planning also do probate court. They do long-term kind of Medicaid planning. We strictly niche down completely to estate planning. And that has enabled us to we have to keep up with the IRS laws and changes and make sure our trust forms account for all of that with retirement transfers and not taking penalties and allowing trustees. How can you do that when you're dealing with court, you're dealing with this, we go this way, that way, opposing counsel? So when we did it, a lot of attorneys were amazed. But also, what we used to have to charge for an estate plan, we were able to reduce by 70%. Because that's all we do. And I'm able to make a schedule easier and I can work with the title. So I think if attorneys would start looking at other industries and how they're utilizing technology and approaching clients and working with clients rather at or for the client, there will be a lot more clients actually. So yeah, I think attorneys actually scare off people that need to come, and as I said, estate planning rewards those that are proactive.
Brianna, what are some of the most important pieces of advice that you would give your clients?
The one thing, and I think this is in life and all, it's trust your gut, right? Believe in yourself. If something seems too good to be true, it usually is. Seek the right advice. I think depending on the size of your business, you're going to find different relationships that you need. But creating that relationship from the very beginning helps you speak openly about questions you have. You know, we're talking about staying in we call it staying in our lane. You know, at our firm, we don't get into the financial realm. We don't get into the legal realm. We stay at what we're good at because there's so many hats. We can't be experts in it. So utilizing the team, like sitting here, you have somebody who's helping you with your books, you have somebody who's helping with banking, you have somebody who's helping with tax compliance, you have somebody who's helping with your estate planning. Understanding those things, I think those are really vital to creating that relationship with the client. I would like to make sure I'm very transparent, especially new prospects, being open and honest at what they're looking at, what are things like, what do they need to expect. I think making sure people understand how important it is. You know, you look at this Schedule C form, right? Behind that, I say it again and again, is a balance sheet income statement. Keeping your personal separate from your business is so important. You probably weed through a lot of things that are commingled. So when you start, remember, keep those things separate. I can't tell you how many people throw them up into one bucket. And then, you know, especially when you need a loan and a banker comes in and you need financials and you've got a mess, right? You've got a pile. That's what we talk about, starting out on what creating that from the very beginning really saves you a lot of time and effort. So I think those are the things that are really important when I talk to clients or prospects, trying to make sure that they're staying in the line, so to speak. You guys are creative. I'm not so creative. That's why I do accounting. You guys are the creative ones. So it's really easy for you to do this, right? Aligning and crisscross, and those are beautiful attributes. And that's why we're here to kind of ground you and keep you focused on some of those things you need to keep track of and do to stay in compliance, to stay protected, to build your future and move forward.
I agree, and again, it just, everybody is unique, every person in here has their own specialty, their own area of expertise, interests. And again, that just kind of goes back to the importance of having a team around you to help get the best results. And also just kind of talking about things that I feel are so important too. We talked about the financial statements a little bit earlier and just having that plan, you know, just kind of where do you want to go? Knowing where you want to go, I think is really helpful. As you, and then you can fill in the steps. So Michelle, how does somebody protect themselves if they're audited? I have had the joy of experience.
Yeah, burden of proof are my 3 words for you. Burden of proof.
Yes.
You need to be able to substantiate what it is you're deducting. In case of an audit. So I was in an audit once, not for me personally, but for a company I worked for. And an IRS agent came out for 2 weeks. And came out, I don't know from where, but he landed in Dearborn where I was working. And he had me go through all my line items. Every 12th line item, he wanted to see receipts for, you know, backup. And any large ticket item, you know, if it was $30,000, he wanted receipts. And the receipts could be an invoice, or back then it was canceled checks, you know, that we could substantiate. But we came out with a clean set of books, but that's not always the case, you know. So always, you know, make sure you keep your receipts and your invoices. The bank statements are really important.
I agree. It's a lot easier to go through when you have the receipts in the backup. Recently, where they didn't keep everything. So it made it a little more challenging. You know, we tried to present as much evidence as we could to support the fact that, well, this is what was happening.
Quick question, how long have you followed receiving bank statements?
How many years? Well, you should set up a policy. I suggest people set up a policy and write it down, saying you're gonna keep your receipts and your bank statements for 7 years, and everything beyond that, get rid of. I mean, seriously, get rid of. So that's what I would do. Set up your own policy in writing, so you show that.
Unless you have a purchase price, just investments, stock or something like that, keep that.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, no, that's great.
For the receipts when you keep them, so if you have something that quick looks when you take picture of the receipts, do you still keep the original receipt for 7 years?
Personally, I keep digital, like bank statements and paper. Look, I mean, I don't want to be without those. You know, the banks will give you maybe 2 years or longer of bank statements where you can go back and get them. But I just print them and I keep a digital of both, and whatever receipts I have, you know, just keep them in a yearly folder, you know. Okay, thank you.
Well, can you tell us a little bit more about the importance of having access to capital and also the importance of personal credit?
So I think I'll tackle the capital question first. There is 100% capital out there. There are still grants out there. You just have to look for them. You have to be connected. It's not what it was in 20 and 21. A lot of those funds have dried up, but a lot of the grants, they are still out there. There's a lot of pitch competitions, both virtual and locally. So I support the Detroit market, the Ann Arbor market, this Plymouth Canton area market. There's pitch competitions that you can. We're sponsoring one that you can win $25,000. Some of them you win $800, but and being on the lookout for pitch competitions for those of you that are in startup or for scale, and sometimes there's even a grow category in certain
pitch competitions. A lot of the pitch competitions are also, there's usually micro lending, so anything that's under 50,000 is gonna be considered a micro lending arm. And there is a wonderful ecosystem of micro lenders. We honestly all work together. There's 7 or 8 of us. A lot of us will do something called capital stack. So sometimes small businesses, and we call them micro businesses if you're under like 25 employees. It's difficult to get a commercial loan because you don't hit that 2 years, 250,000 in revenue. So you probably do need to go that micro loan route. But maybe you actually do need 72,000. Okay, well, what do you do about that last 12? Then we work together and we'll stack our capital with you. So that's a way that, again, we all work together. And so that's where it kind of ties back to that networking piece. You have to build your network. So capital is out there. Your banker probably knows, for example, if I can't help somebody, I'll work with Huntington. I have friends from Lake Michigan in the back now, right? So we will reach across the aisles to get you funded. And that is kind of a unique ecosystem to Metro Detroit. It's thriving in Lansing, it's thriving in Grand Rapids, but you go out of Michigan and it's not always the case. So it is special for us. So there is capital out there and there's a lot of ways you can do it. If I have any Washington County residents, Jackson County, there's a really neat program that's a hybrid grant and loan, and it's through Michigan Women Forward. So if you call me and you live in that county and you say, I think I want a microloan, I'll say, I need to talk to my friends first. Because who wouldn't want to only pay back half of that money, right? So on the flip side, we're all, at the end of the day, any lender, whether it's a micro lender, even a grant, if we're giving you a grant, we need to understand that you have the ability to cover your debt, it's called debt servicing. And we also need to know that your business is viable, that we're not investing in a business that's not going to be around in 6 months, because her business might be viable for 5 years, but you got the grant and now you're going to crash. So we need to be able to understand that you can manage that debt. And the number one indicator is that you can manage your personal finances. So a lot of times people think, oh, well, I'm putting it under the EIN, I'm fine. You're probably not fine. It's based on the strength of the guarantor as well. A lot of micro lenders look at your personal income and your personal credit score. Even if you're going for $1 million loan, a commercial loan, we're going to look at the strength of the guarantor. We're going to look at your balance sheet. We're going to understand you reliably pay back any debt that you come back in. Some mistakes will follow you for a long time, so you have to be really aware. Also, the last thing is you need to know on a monthly basis what your debt to income ratio is. Most lenders try to see you are around 50%. I see some of the bankers in the room shake their head. That's even a bigger indicator of the ability to repay the credit score sometimes. Because that means how close you are to the cliff of not being able to pay. So understanding where that is on a very regular basis. So it's your money in versus your money out, understanding where that percentage lies. And when you start getting over to 70%, and a lot of entrepreneurs, you leverage yourselves first. So be mindful of buying that car in your name, be mindful of all these purchases you're making in your name, and you'll eventually pay yourself back. It's probably going to hurt your debt to income ratio. So talk to your friends, maybe before making that big purchase, and ask them, what's the best way to get my Sprinter van? How do I do that?
That's really great to know. It's also great to know that there are other resources out there that are available. So thank you for sharing that. Mina. So what should a female entrepreneur do prior to getting their estate done?
So we actually hate the word estate plan. Not appropriate, actually. That's why at Ladies Small, we call it legacy plan. A female entrepreneur, you do not have to build up this huge estate to start getting a plan together. And I'm going to give an example. You really don't have to do anything. You just need to go talk to a estate planning attorney about what your goals are, what your life situation is. Every legacy plan is unique and because it should be personalized down to every single page, specific to your situation, not just your business, but your family life as well, right? because this is what it all takes into account. So I had actually last week, a client hired me, they started a business that she's going like, selling certain beautician rules and things over online, and she was talking to me about it. She said, I haven't really accumulated this, but I'm concerned because I have a child. And when I do start accumulating, I want to make sure I can rest easy that if anything happens to me, it's gonna pass to my child. And not get stuck up in probate court or go to their guardian, who she was no longer with, which would be the surviving parent, and they get to use whatever I've accumulated for whatever they want. I'm building this for my child. So somebody that's starting out came to me and said they had that concern. So I was able to discuss certain documents that they would need that would at this time work for them. A year, we're gonna talk again. We threw out, we questioned. So she didn't need to do anything yet, but she still had concerns that required that this gets done. So long story short, no, there's nothing you need to do. We do free consultation, take advantage of it, have a conversation, because it's not for you all to know all of these things, right? It's for you to go talk to the people that this is what we do. This is literally all we do every day. So same with an estate plan, okay? And for all the entrepreneurs, because your goals are very unique to you. Your business is unique to you, and your family life is unique to you. So don't know what you don't know, right?
Wow, I have to say, you make that sound so easy.
It should be easy, right? It's higher, guys. You should feel just peace of mind. I love that. I can see it on my clients like, oh, okay, I feel good. And you should, because you're getting things accomplished. You're taking those steps to success and what your success looks like, right? And it's the beauty, you avoid problems with the estate planning. That's why Jazzy and I love it. Instead of just putting out fires, you have taken care of things ahead of time. And I think that's really what everybody up here said, save your receipts, avoid that problem. Go talk to your CPA, not just that once or twice a year, have the conversation, avoid problems. Reach out to see if you can get capital and properly access that capital versus, I did all these things and now I kicked myself in the butt and I can't go get this capital, because it's really tough. Especially since COVID, I mean, even for us, when we're as a law firm, they will go through everything to determine if you should be able to flow. It's, but there are ways that you can get around it.
Yeah, love it. One other piece of information just to share about me is my husband and I own an ice cream shop. We can. So what's been nice is that I could say, well, I've experienced, having a business and setting it up and going through all of this. And my husband is horrible about keeping receipts. So that's stressful. But I know. Well, yes, you know what? So how do people keep their stuff organized? What would you recommend?
Well, for the accounting, sorry. The accounting part of the records, I would say that the best thing to do is find a system, an accounting system that is streamlined and efficient. That's something you can easily learn, and then you'll be more apt to use it. Because I think when something is too cumbersome, we just don't want to look at it. We don't want to work with it. We don't want to update our records like we should. And we really should update them often. I mean, you don't want to wait till the end of the year to have to pull all your numbers together. It's such a big job. You're going to forget a bunch of expenses. You're going to miss out on stuff. So it's best to do this monthly. We have an accounting program that's a Google Sheet accounting program. And it's kind of an in-between doing your records in Excel or even keeping receipts in Shoebox, which I'm sure. Or hiring someone to do a QuickBooks for, so ours is like an in-between. And if anyone's interested, we have a 14-page file and we help set up the system within 3 days if you want a custom setup. So anyway,
Is that a system that you created?
Yeah, it's one I created. Yeah, I brought it out just before COVID, so there you go.
Just
Having them set it up though is great, like having that option, that's huge.
It's 3 days, yeah, you can set it up in 3 days, yeah. So.
Streamlining.
Yeah, absolutely.
If I could tell you how many people walk in with shoe boxes, shoeboxes.
I've seen
You get shoe boxes.
Oh, I get the paper.
And they're like 40 in your
Your
file.
paper, when you get paper delivered.
I've
those
seen
boxes.
boxes.
Don't do that. Don't be the box person.
No. Like the bag lady, don't be the box lady.
Yeah. We'll see you coming.
Right. We were talking again a little bit about the financial statements, and I know when I'm meeting like with my clients, it's really helpful just to have that financial plan. You know, having a plan in place and then being able to review it. For my clients, I mentioned the phrase economic freedom. A lot of times people don't realize maybe how much money they do have. And they're constantly trying to save, to the point where they're not necessarily enjoying everything they can enjoy in life. By bringing this up, and my mom actually is kind of that person. Her, when she was younger, she always felt like she didn't have enough. She always had to save. And so I've been trying to work with her to say, Mom, you're good. You are good. Just to help her feel comfortable and going out to lunch and not worrying about that. Again, just having that plan in place, just to understand where you are at and then reviewing it periodically. So I want to bring that over to Brianna. How often do you think people should be reviewing their financial statements?
I mean, at least monthly, but you should really be looking at it whenever you're reconciling or putting data. And I think as a business owner, depending on if you're doing your own or maybe you have somebody who's doing it for you, I can't tell you, even in large businesses, how many people will say, well, yeah, I think my profit's like 300,000, and then we get their books and it's 10,000. Oh, like they're not classifying things right. They're not looking, they look at their income statement and they never look at what's happening on the balance sheet. So there are things in their assets that are functioning as liabilities and vice versa. So it's amazing what you will find when you look at somebody's financials, and it tells you a lot about how they're running the business. So that's why it's so important as a business owner that you understand what both of those statements represent and how they represent together and how they function, what they need. It doesn't matter how small you are. You still need to understand what your income is, what if you have some form of cost of goods, what you're selling, your general expenses are. You have to understand it and understand your bottom line. And then I can't tell you how many people don't reconcile their check. You can't look at your bank and know that's what's in your bank. You might have outstanding items. So it's those basic things that really make a difference. I think if you have somebody doing your books, you should be looking at it. I mean, that's allowed to make sure nobody's committing any, taking a little bit of a pocket. It happens more often than we like to think. People, and then the next thing you know, there's stuff leaving your bank account. You don't realize what it's for. So it's being a business owner, you have to be aware of that and look at that on a very frequent basis. If you're not looking at it at least monthly.
I think that's so important too, because as business owners too, you're going to be constantly making decisions, and you want to make sure you're looking at the right set of numbers as you make those decisions. Expand into something else, maybe to do a large purchase or whatever it might be. It's really helpful to know where you are financially. And again, if you don't, everybody has their own area of expertise. Not everybody is expected to understand everything, but that's why you have like a bookkeeper, a CPA, an attorney, you've got your banker. So it's just everybody plays an important role, in this whole process. And again, just would like to stress the importance of having a team, a support. We all need it. So it's great to have that in place. Are there any questions that people have at this point? Yes.
It's my impression that I can trust what here, so if you put them in a trust, then they won't go to probate. But I've had people tell me, they're working in, oh, no, I have, my parents died and they had a trust and now it's in probate. That is the possibility, and what would make something in a probate?
So overall, if you have your assets, the trust should those assets should never, ever go through probate. What likely happened in that scenario is they got a trust created, which is that document, right? That we like to say it's like a legal instruction manual and how you want the asset that you're supposed to put into trust to be dispersed. But what probably happened is they didn't actually transfer the assets into the trust. Very critical role when I'm working with a client is making sure that their assets actually get put into the trust. There's a mechanism. So these assets didn't get put in the trust. Now they do have to go through probate. So you only did have that. And that's the frustrating thing that we have found. A lot of clients come to us and the attorney didn't follow up, didn't have that maintenance plan in place, which is what we do to ensure these things are getting done. So another thing we always do is you can create the specialty type of will that you make that's attached to the trust that actually protects for those situations. Because even if I do every single thing I can for a client, they may go get an asset, not tell me about it, even if I ask a million times, and they may not follow my directions I provided and transfer, but I still want to make sure I cover them. So I draft another document in their estate plan that ensures even that missing asset doesn't. So from what you're saying is, they got probably an attorney that does probate court and is now making a lot of money for messing up the trust.
And like, if you leave your financial institution and it's not written broad enough, it's not, it might just be exclusively for your old financial.
Yeah, right. So we purposefully, when I drafted, they're custom made, right? But I account for, I have to account for every scenario that might potentially happen. And we have received a lot of trust, so reviewed them, like when clients come in and say, I got this done like 20 years ago, and we're like, oh my gosh. And it's written so tailored that I'm like, you're just begging the client to come back. Because if they don't, there's no way that this would last for decades. It has to be updated. So the goal is, like I said, you want an estate planning attorney, this is what they're doing. Right? They're not incentivized for you to land in probate court because they're not going to make any money off of it, right? And also because it's what they do all the time, they're really considering all the options. It's not a very, oh, this equals this. No, you have to look at every scenario that come from that initial starting point.
I'm sorry, we have one financial institution that. Account, so in the trust, is that?
No, that financial institution, I think what you were saying about the IRS, you have to train people at the IRS. A lot of times my clients call me and they're at the bank and they're like, I'm trying to get this bank account put in my trust, and it's this simple. You're supposed to just go change the beneficiary to the name of the trust. It's that simple. But because the bank, the financial institution has not properly educated their employees on even something so simple like that, they're like, oh my gosh, that can't be done. Yes, it can. And that's why you have a lawyer involved doing this. Because then when I talk to the banking person, they're like, oh, okay, yeah. No problem, right? But
Just making sure the right words are used.
yeah, and you didn't know, that's not for you to know the language I should know and things like that. So no, that should not have been correct. That's.
Oh, 4 minutes.
Right.
So yeah, so this is all extremely helpful. Are there any other questions out there?
Yeah. I have one for Nicole. You mentioned a lot about access to capital and having many groups or networks that you're a part of, being somebody who helps with getting access to capital. Is there like a congregated place where as an entrepreneur, you can go and be like, hey, these are all the grants, these are all the resources, because I know there's so many. There's the WCC Business Clinic, there's the startup, there's Spark, there's so many places. Is there a congregate like somewhere?
Oh, I wish there was. No, but, yeah, now there is, or there was, we didn't know it. No, no, I don't know if you caught it. She mentioned that actually a wonderful, location, and it's complimentary, sorry, but I twitch. It's the Washtenaw Community College Entrepreneurship Center. Send out a weekly newsletter, and a lot of times at the bottom, there's gonna be micro lending opportunities. The hybrid grants, loan program for Michigan was forward, so being on that. Michigan Women Forward, they do a wonderful newsletter and they highlight lots of different grants. Build Institute, again, statewide. They're based in Detroit, but they support statewide. They do a lot of information, a lot of blasts out. Do you have any food-based business? No, so there's the Michigan Good Food Fund. I can talk to anyone kind of offline, but I think getting in the realm of a lot of newsletters, kind of being in the know of some of the economic hubs. Spark is a great one if you're in Ann Arbor, Livingston County. If you're in Wayne County, probably not so much. But they're like just kind of knowing who is a player in your ecosystem and your zip code, because zip code matters and in all of that. And everyone in this room I probably covered, so I'm happy to kind of give you some of those tips. But the Entrepreneurship Center is a great one in this school. College, the Business Resource Center. That's a great one. The SBDC. Wonderful. And SPAM. That's a paid membership, but they're wonderful. Small Business Association of Michigan.
One other thing that I just wanted to mention, part of my company is going to be putting on a Women in Wealth seminar coming up, and we have a little invitation at our table, but just wanted to make you aware of that. It's just educational seminar. There's going to be drinks and appetizers. Again, just an opportunity to learn and to connect. So if there's, sure. Yep.
Just wanted to let everyone know, and I know it was on the flyer that we have in the Google Drive, but we are extending for anybody that when they schedule a consultation, we have a 20% discount on an estate plan by us, which is going to be from Jazzy or I. And so you just mentioned FemPreneur, and just wanted to let everybody know that. And the consultations are free. We just want some information. We want to help people start understanding this, especially as women need to be doing what men have been doing for a very long time, and taking control and really building our legacy that we're building, right?
That include a review of a current plan?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. We have a review process, candidly speaking, review with us. If you were to come do a review of whatever documents you have for me, it's a flat rate of just $250. I review everything. Of course, you get a 20% with this off. And then I write out a written analysis of all the documents, so it's easy for you to understand what each document is actually saying. And then we actually meet and have a full meeting to go through everything. So I have a lot of clients that have come to me and I'm like, I explain it, they're like, oh, I just didn't know that. And nothing needs to be changed, but at least now they know what these documents are actually saying. So knowledge is power, right?
All right, well, thank you all today, and thanks.
Everybody that's careful with that one. Today is writing down one thing that I would like here. Is a nutritionist with an amazing, and she has been spent a few minutes talking to us and how it helped this one. Lydia.
I'm a degree nutritionist. And I know what you're all thinking. Number one, Why is a nutritionist talking to a bunch of female entrepreneurs? What could that have to do with my business? And number two, why is she wearing those boots with those boots? Plants looked good, but then you wouldn't see me behind the podium. So, what a great day so far. This morning was so emotional. Anybody cry this morning or who tears? Gosh, and Kelly and Heather, thank you for doing this year after year. I mean, I know it's a huge undertaking, so. Especially after listening to Nicole this morning, it kind of changed it a little. Really, my mission and my passion is to educate and inspire women, mostly women, to make simple changes that are going to make a big impact on your health. And I know there's a number of different pillars of health, but mostly with my background, food and nutrition is my passion. So that's what we're going to talk about today. And it's going to be the glucose. And there you're going to start hearing a lot about this in the next couple of years, because this is having a huge impact on our health, just as a society, as a country. This goes back 14 years ago. I was very sick here, and I had been diagnosed with an autoimmune muscle disease. Now, as a nutritionist, I was already eating healthy. I mean, I wasn't perfect. I'm still not perfect the way I ate, but didn't know what was making me sick. And I lost about 20 pounds of muscle. This is my daughter's baby shower, my first grandchild. And my biggest fear was that I was not going to be strong enough to even hold the baby in my arms. So why is eating healthy important for entrepreneurs? Well, number one, it's going to increase your energy levels. Anybody here have a problem with energy? Okay. Chronic fatigue. I had chronic fatigue for years with my disease. Couldn't even hold my head up. It's going to help improve cognitive function. You're going to be able to work better because of that. And it helps with stress management. I'm sure nobody here is under stress, right? I mean, I don't know if you're like me, but I have to do it all. I'm the trainer, I'm HR, I have to follow up with people, you're everything. And sometimes we have a family to take care of. Improves mental clarity and productivity. It's going to help your immune health. Stress kills your immune system. A lot of things really impact our immune system. But one of the ways you can address that is through diet. It's going to help improve that health. And there's nothing more important than your health when it comes to disease. You start to realize that. And as busy women, feeding our families sometimes is a challenge, even feeding yourself, because we're always on the run, right? And so we start making easy choices. The US has the highest rate of disease of all industrialized countries. The burden is twice, and we have twice the obesity rate of comparable countries. So why would that be? How is it possible that, we're the number one nation and we have the sickest rates of the world? A few months ago, nearly half of the US population is either diabetic or pre-diabetic. 50% of you in this room were either diabetic or pre-diabetic, and a lot of us don't know that. That's a pretty scary, sobering thought. Some of us have no clue. Quick, anybody see this all over Instagram? Ultra-processed foods are linked to 32 illnesses. Well, I'm sure that number's closer probably to 100. But when you look at this picture, these are foods that we're eating every day. Our kids are eating every day. And I'm not saying we have to have perfect diets or that we can't eat these foods,
but it can't be the majority of our intake. Compared to other industrialized countries, the US has the most expensive healthcare in the world. So when you think of what I just said, healthcare dollar does not equal health, does it? Because we don't have that. I mentioned insulin resistance. So what is that? So every time we eat anything, everything breaks down to glucose. And it has to enter our cells for us to use it. So it's kind of in our blood, our body has to pump out insulin to help glucose get into those cells. And sometimes we're eating all day long. We take a nibble here and a nibble there. We're worried about calories, but it's not about calories. It's about what's going on inside. So every time you eat anything, your body's producing more and more insulin. And sometimes that process kind of wears out, or your body becomes less resistant to that insulin. So then what happens? It's not responding. Now you've got all this extra glucose in your, your blood sugar starts going up. You may not feel that. There's a lot of diseases. People will tell me, well, I'm healthy, but a lot of disease we don't feel. If you have inflammation like arthritis or something like that, or maybe an eczema, those are things we can see and feel. We don't feel Alzheimer's starting. Alzheimer's is now considered diabetes 3. We don't feel cancer a lot of times. It doesn't mean, sometimes those diseases take 10, 20 years or more to develop. So when it comes to our diet, it takes a lot of effort to change and reverse disease. So prevention really is key. So what happens when our insulin levels are too high or we're not responding to insulin? Number one, again, no energy. It causes wrinkles. It causes abdominal fat gain. So a lot of times we're getting toxins from our diet and our environment. And what happens is your body starts building up fat around your organs. That's a protective measure, a way for it to protect your organs. So until you can start cleaning up your diet and your lifestyle, then you can start releasing those fat cells. But just counting calories alone is not going to hold that. It's not going to do that. Hypertension, inflammation, all autoimmune diseases are considered inflammatory based. Cancer, heart disease, high blood pressure, diabetes, Alzheimer's, all inflammation. And PCOS, a lot of times that can be linked to, again, inflammation in our body. So these are all things that we can have a big change in just by changing different foods in our diet.
Explain that acronym.
Polycystic ovarian syndrome, is that the one?
Yeah,
PCOS.
I just didn't know what it stood for.
Yeah, sorry about that. And a lot of times, sometimes we seek out specialists and 5 minutes, okay. We seek out specialists because maybe we've got health challenges going on, but we can do a lot on our own. And sometimes simple changes will make a big impact. But number one, breakfast. We shouldn't be eating sweets for breakfast. They say cereal is actually dessert, right? So try and make it savory. Cut out processed foods. Processed foods are calories and it's food like. We're not getting any actual good nutrients from processed foods. Start your meals with greens. Has anybody here read like Glucose Revolution? Or, okay, it's amazing, amazing information. So just by eating greens, like maybe a salad at the beginning of your meal, or sometimes they just, you buy the bags of chopped up broccoli, it's already clean. It's the easy button, but you could just munch on it while you're preparing your meal. So what happens with that is when you eat your meal, it helps decrease that glucose impact of your meal. So it helps stabilize your blood sugar. And more plant foods to your diet. Chicken, fish, they're all great, but your plant foods are really key. I'm not saying we ought to be vegan, but plant foods are what heal your body. Some people like to have like a drink with 1 tablespoon of vinegar and a cup of water, and they sip on that before their meal. Again, that's gonna help stabilize your blood sugar. Sourdough bread. Anybody making sourdough bread? Are you loving it? Awesome. So sourdough bread is actually considered a fermented food. It has a lot of health benefits. And the last one is move after eating. So by utilizing some of our large muscles, it helps get that glucose into your muscle cells without having to produce so much insulin. I briefly mentioned this. So back to my story 14 years ago, about 9 years ago, I was introduced to a product that changed my health and changed my life. But it started me on a journey of learning more and making better changes in my health so that I could help reverse my disease. But I'm telling you, the changes I've seen in some other people are remarkable, and I'm grateful to this day. It's the easiest thing you can do in 20 seconds a day to have the biggest impact in your health. We're not considered a vitamin or a supplement. It's actually live raw food. These come in a capsule or a gummy. We're the most researched nutrition product in the world. We've been published in 47 medical journals. We also have a way for you to grow your own food. This is aeroponics, so you can grow indoors or out. There's no weeding, no digging. You control what goes on it as far as pesticides, so it can be pesticide free. But if you've ever had that vine ripened tomato and the flavor, those are the nutrients that you're tasting. When you grow your own greens, the flavor is going to blow you away. And I offer sourdough workshops. So my husband was like, oh my God, I can eat bread again? So again, it's like, we talk about gut health as part of the workshop. We give you start a loaf in class, we give you a mother to take home. If you know much about sourdough, I knew nothing when I started this. It's a lot to learn. It's microbiology, it's an art form, there's a lot to learn. So this is sourdough 101, but no matter how it turns out, it's always delicious, but it's a great journey to be on. Sure.
Can you make sourdough bread with non-gluten flour?
So there are some gluten-free recipes out there, but you can't substitute one for one. Now with sourdough, it's a long fermentation process. So during the fermentation, the gluten is digested. So a lot of people that are gluten sensitive can have sourdough. It brings the numbers way down. Yes.
So you said to not have something sweet for breakfast, but what about like a smoothie?
A smoothie, like if you're adding like some greens, some vegetables in there, that's gonna help it a lot. So you don't want to just have a fruit smoothie. You want to add some more, I mean, there's fiber in fruit, but if you add some greens, that's gonna help bring down that impact, that glucose impact. For sure.
They don't have to be like leafy greens. You can use kale and carrots and celery and all.
Oh, absolutely. I grow my celery in my tower, it goes in my smoothie every morning. So yeah, it doesn't have to be leafy greens. I mean, we have a doctor that comes in and stays with us when he comes and does presentations, and he'll go into my refrigerator and pick up all of yesterday's leftovers, like sweet potatoes and whatever is in there, vegetable. Some people put cauliflower in their smoothie, especially the rice cauliflower. That's a great way, again, to do everything. So. Okay, so time's up. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. And thank you. Don't wait to get sick to get home.
Okay, so I want to call up Carol Morris from the Image Impact Group, and she has been part of FemPreneur Summit for many years. And this year we thought we would try something a little different. We had a goal of being more interactive. Obviously, the PKSA wasn't wait. That punch yourself, right? And you know, and when you come to things like this, I know one of my biggest beefs whenever I go to the conference is make all these notes, you get home, put them under your desk, and then 6 months later, they moved to under the garbage can, and then a year later, I'm like, heck, I never implemented this, that, or the other thing. So with Carol, we came up with a fun idea, so it's an experiment. You were asked to bring something with you that is in your closet that, should look amazing when you put it on, but you put it on, you're just kind of going, what, why? And we did this a few years ago, and I had this shirt, I had an identical shirt, my favorite shirt in the world, I bought another one in a different color. And as soon as I held it up, everyone goes, oh my gosh, that's better one already. Oh, no wonder it looks so lucky. So I want you to come up to talk a little bit, and then, those of you who brought items, we're gonna just have this be interactive, and if you didn't bring items and you've got questions for her, we're just gonna go for it. So,
It's the experiment. Hey, everybody. All right, I'm gonna just give you a 411 about who I am, first of all. So Carol Morris, some of you know me as Carol Eckerly, had a little bit of a change, all is well. Anyway, what do I do and who do I serve? So my business is called the Image Impact Company, or the Image Impact Group. I don't even know the name of my own company. The Image Impact Group, and we are a boutique agency, and we serve client-facing leaders and organizations. And what do we do for them? Thought, leadership, marketing. Now we do that by combining personal brand and image and digital presence and thought leadership in the form of social media and videos, things like that, right? And one of the things that makes us a little bit different is that we really take a 360-degree view of our clients, knowing very well that their digital presence is just as important as their in-person presence. And that's something that is missed time and time again. So we really strive to make sure that we're looking at the whole person so that there's continuity and consistency and clarity, and most of all, confidence on both sides of the table. So not only are you confident, but you're bringing out the confidence in those that you're trying to serve, right? And we do this through one-on-one image and personal branding coaching. We do it through personal brand and headshots, personal branding photos and headshots, and also video content and LinkedIn strategies. So again, our goal is to create that consistency between in-person and digital presence and make sure that we are positioning you in a way that the right people are finding you for the right reasons, and you're able to move your business further faster, okay? So that being said, what does it have to do with clothing? Everything. Let me ask you guys a question. How did it go this morning when you got up, went to your closet, thought, I gotta get dressed for a conference, and I'm gonna see a ton of people today? Did you feel confident? Did you feel frustrated? Okay. And show of hands, who felt really confident this morning when they, perfect, right? But then, I like that, but that's a very small percentage. How many of you were just frustrated and annoyed by the whole process? I know that there's more of you out there, you're just not saying it, because those two questions did not equal 100%. So I know. So one of the things that is really important is that we get our closet under control. And I don't mean that you have fast fashion and the latest fashions. I mean that your messaging through your visible credibility is on point. And it shows in your closet. So that's great and everything, but why do some of the things that we pick that send the right message not fit us? Or they don't look good, or they don't make us feel good? Why is that? It can be a couple different things. The fit just might not fit you, right? It may be the wrong style for your body. The proportions might be off. Your body type might do better with fluid fabric versus stiff fabric. There's a whole ton of stuff that can go right and a whole ton of stuff that can go wrong. So like Heather said, we're gonna just do an experiment. And I know some of you brought some items from your closet. Any volunteers? Anybody? Oh, come on, where are they? Come on, anybody? All right, cool, come on up then. Okay, all right. So you guys can hear me okay? What you're wearing today, do you feel impactful? Empowered?
Is there any? Is there anything that you're wearing that you feel uncomfortable with or which was interesting?
This, I'm somebody who tends to wear like black all the time, like black and white.
Yeah. And you're talking to.
But I did see this, so this to me is like, I don't usually wear color, but.
So, and one of the things that she just said, I tend to wear black a lot, and that's fine. You guys can have a uniform. For those of you that know me, you know I wear a uniform all the time. Thank you so much, Jen. And I think you look beautiful, right? So, and if she feels comfortable.
Have other things.
So, like I said, don't be afraid to have your own uniform. It is way easier to get dressed in the morning if when you go to your closet, you know that everything in there fits you, feels good, represents who you are, okay? Any of you that know me, have known me for years, know that I will show up in black pants, a black shirt, a fun jacket, fun shoes, and jewelry. That's what you're going to get out of me. I'm not, and I'm an image consultant. But I'm not gonna stray because it makes me feel uncomfortable and I don't have time and I don't truly care about color. And that's okay, because that's who I am. My sister is a walking Crayola crayon box. That's her gig, okay, that's her gig, and that's okay, but it would make me feel very uncomfortable. I don't need to go into presentations and into coaching calls and into video coaching sessions, feeling uncomfortable. I go in feeling great. And if feeling great means that I wear almost the same thing every single day, guess what? That's what you're going to get. Yeah.
My kids say that the Skittles rainbow grew up on me.
Oh.
We needed a new one, that's.
Yeah, you know, I mean, there's different things that can happen too, right? So one of the things that I want you guys to think about as we're having kind of this open dialogue is that this doesn't just have to do with what you wear and the style of your clothing. It actually has to do with the style of your entire personal brand. So kind of think of this, you know, you go into your closet, you pull something out, you love it, but it does not fit you properly. It doesn't fit you properly. Or you wear it and you're not getting the response that you want. These things can happen with your personal brand identity as well. The colors that you choose for your brand, the logo that you chose for your brand, the content that you're putting out on LinkedIn, the videos and the photos that you have that represent you, they may not fit you correctly. So there is a connection between how you're showing up personally, right? What's in your closet, and if it fits you correctly and it sends the right message, and moving over to the digital world. And again, people often forget that component. Anybody else have questions? Anybody have something that they brought? Yeah, go ahead.
So I personally have a hard time dressing my age.
Okay.
Knowing what that looks like, because we're talking like, you know, Betsy Johnson and then Chanel on the other, you know, spectrum. So I really never know where.
Yeah.
What are you dressing?
Same way you dress when you're 58. So here's the thing, which is really funny because I don't have my glasses on, so I can't really see you. I don't know I don't know how old you are.
This is me.
I think I look awesome.
Last night I was all over Pinterest. Kelly said, dress business casual. I'm like, well, what is that? And then this is what I found this morning. I'm like, I feel good. That other stuff didn't feel good to me.
Okay, and that's a big aha moment, right? If it doesn't feel good to you, please don't wear it. Just don't. Wear the same thing you wore yesterday. If it feels good, make sure it's clean. I would rather, like when I talk to my clients, I would rather have you have less items in your closet that are the right items than a bunch of crap that just weigh down on you. How do you dress your age? I don't think you have to dress your age. I think you
dress your message. Dress your message. Do you want to be known as creative? Do you want to be known as buttoned up? Do you want to be known as fun? Do you want to be known as caring? All those things have certain style elements to them. There's color that plays into that. There's fabric that plays into that. There's proportion that plays into that. All these different things come together, and they come together in your closet and tell the story of who you are and what people can expect out of you. It's really about first impressions. And one of the things that can go really, really wrong is when the items that we pick don't fit us. They don't fit us physically. They don't fit what we stand for. And they don't fit how our daily function, if you will. And actually, let's kind of back this up. So I have what we call the WEAR method, which is really about taking stock and auditing your closet. So what's in your closet? What is it? How do you eliminate? How do you move on from that? And then how do you kind of regulate what's in there, right? And 3 words I want you guys to remember, which are fit, flatter, function. Again, does it fit you? Does it actually fit you? Does it fit what you do on a daily basis? Does it flatter you, or did it flatter the mannequin or your friend or next to you that was also trying it on? I mean, that's legit, right? Because we often buy what we think looks good on someone else, hoping that it fits us, and that it's not necessarily the case. It just isn't. I love boho chic. I mean, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I put it on and I feel ridiculous. I look at everybody else wearing it. I think it's awesome. And so that I had to come to terms with that. It didn't make me feel good, but I can appreciate it on somebody else. That's okay. I used to sell jewelry and had this, it was an awesome boho chic necklace, and it just had a very lovely, luxurious, large neck, and it just didn't fit me, and I didn't want to sell it. My husband's like, my ex-husband now, he's like, put it in a shadow box, like just keep it. Just keep it. You don't have to let it go. I mean, if you love it and it feels like art to you, keep it, admire it. And that's okay to do. Not everything is meant for you. So fit, flatter, and then function. Does it actually fit the functions that you go to? Is it actually functional? I think of realtors when I talk about this, because realtors have to be, God, they're changing their game every single day. They may be running up and down steps one day. They may be negotiating $1 million home. Excuse me. There's a lot that they're responsible for, and they have to be able to wear clothes that are functional, which means that they may wear heels and then have a pair of flats in the car, right? Or that their skirt, if they wear skirts, might need to be a little bit longer so that when they're going upstairs in front of people, they're okay with that.
I would just mention maybe adding another F word, fabric, because some fabrics I do not feel, I just don't want them on the skin, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. I don't know if you heard her. She said, add another F word, but the F word was fabric. And the reason she mentioned fabric was because some fabrics just don't feel good to us, and we feel very uncomfortable, right? I cannot tell you how many pairs of leather pants I've purchased. I really want to wear them, you guys. I really do. But this 58-year-old is hot. And that is not, I mean, no, it's just not gonna work. So I'm gonna keep them from when I'm 60 and not hot anymore. I'm gonna wear them every single day.
You don't tell me hot.
Oh. Okay. Run out the door. You know, it's really funny. I put on almost the exact same necklace today, and I said, I don't think so. Okay, can you guys see her necklace? Yeah. All right. I love the necklace. I have one very similar, but you're right. I don't like it with what you're wearing.
I used to wear something different. Today I'm like, I'm just change it up. And
yeah,
I looked in the mirror and I put lip gloss on.
Okay, so here are two reasons why it may not be working for her. She already has pattern on, and then she put on another pattern, but they're not really similar. They're not complementary. They're working against one another. Mm-hmm. The other thing is, I'm very thirsty. is proportion. So there are balance points. You guys all have balance points. Does anybody have a string? Why would you have a string? Can I borrow you? Okay, can I borrow you? All right. It's good to be well. Yes, that's exactly right. Yes. So, yes, so on balance points, can you guys hear me?
I'm going to hold it.
There we go. All right, all right. Okay, all right, I feel like okay, so balance points, you guys actually have 2 balance points, and the way that you find them are from your forehead to your chin, and then taking the widest part of your face. So if I took this right here, and I dropped it down here, that necklace should probably lie here, not up here. Okay?
Got me last time.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. The other way to do it, like I said, the other way to do it, like I said, is to take the widest part of your face. And if you have like a string or even a necklace that you can, like a chain, something that's pliable. And then again, you drop it down. So from here to here, this is the widest part of my face, right? Is from here to here. I would take that and I would drop it down, and I probably would be about right here. That's what it is. If you move that down a smidge, it's gonna be better. But the same thing is that the problem is she's got competing patterns, but not complementary competing patterns. When I put that on today, again, very similar, it didn't work for me because look at all the buttons and zippers I had. It was a nightmare. It was too much. It was just too much. Too much. And again, think about that with your pictures, your video, your content, your brand identity. Is it too much or not enough? Think about that across all the platforms that you're showing up. All the platforms. Are you competing? Are you mixing up your signals? Gets confusing, right? We're talking about fabric. Patterns are another one, right? Patterns have a lot of messaging within them. When you guys think of plaid, flannel plaid, what do you think of?
Lumberjack.
Lumberjack, Christmas, comfort, okay. What's that? Very casual. What if I said a wool tartan plaid? What's that? Hot. Scottish, itchy. Okay, so see, like things come up, right? They conjure up in your brain. And that's what's happening, is that we all have these visuals and these preconceived ideas and notions that we're utilizing in our daily basis, right? In our daily activities, we're looking at somebody going, oh, fuchsia jacket, I think such and such of Pauline. Pauline didn't say a word to me, but based on her hairstyle and her fuchsia jacket, I already made a decision, right? And that's what happens. So again, make sure that what's in your closet, you're being very conscientious about what you choose and for what reason. And then make sure that it fits you properly. I will tell you one thing about what I'm wearing today. 2 things I made a mistake on. Number 1, this top it's a new top and I love it. It's very comfy, but as the day has gone on, because of the fabric and because of the weather outside, it is starting to get staticky, clingy. And it's making me very uncomfortable because I feel like I have to keep pulling it away from my body, right? Lesson learned. I shouldn't have worn something new to the presentation. The other thing that I could have chosen to do, but I chose not to, is if I wanted to balance my particular body style out a little bit differently, I'm a little broader on top than I am on the bottom. I could have, instead of wearing straight pants, right? I could have worn like a boot cut or a true straight from thigh down, and it would have balanced me out a little bit. Like right now, I look a little bit like this because I have the poofy sleeves. I'm okay with it because it's what I wanted to wear, and I wanted to wear the boots, and I'm comfortable, and I like how I look, but I could have done it differently. And if I chose to wear a straight pant or a boot cut, and a different pair of shoes, it may have elevated my look even a little bit more. So there's little tiny things that you can do just to change things up. Yeah.
Maybe I'm being nitpicky, but with Heather's shirt being mostly white tones, is it still right for her to wear silver, or should she be wearing gold?
I'm not particular in silver and gold. I think you wear what you want to wear and what makes you feel good. I think that gold would look beautiful because of the yellow. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think she could wear silver and I think it would look nice. But I think you're right that the gold probably would look better. Yeah. Yeah.
Come here.
What is your name? Stella. Okay, thanks, Stella. Okay, so what questions do you have?
Today.
Okay.
I said, no.
And good sister would.
And then she this morning, I said, come help me. She came in the face. Well, she kind of came and helped me a little bit. Yeah, so, because I don't like being told. I like to just go in there and just look. I turned around a circle. That's when I said, well, you got her. Okay. So she just told me to wear something just black and then I wanted to represent my company, so I put this one. But every time we win something, it's like one size for all. And but because losing weight, I kind of put it on and said, okay, let's go. All right, so let me know what you guys do.
Okay, well, first of all, I think you look beautiful. And I love that you built the socks up. I think that's hilarious. So your company is Jafra, which is makeup.
It's cosmetic and skincare.
Okay. So I knew when she walked up because of this coat that she was probably in cosmetic or skincare, right? I mean, that's a typical coat. Now, the cutout here, right here, if she were a lawyer or an accountant, I probably would not be comfortable with that. But because you're in beauty, I'm good with that, right? It's different. Now, what you could do differently, like me, we're a little bit bigger up here and smaller down here. What you could do is twofold. To balance out, she's got just little ankle boots on. She could wear a boot to her knee. Typically, especially for bigger women, the boots are a little wider, and what happens is that it balances the top with the bottom. So instead of the little ankle boot, I would bring up a boot. Or I would suggest you do kind of what I do, which is wear a straight or a boot cut so that there's balance from top to bottom. Yeah, sound good? You're welcome. I like everybody's brave and coming up now. This is good. One, were you with me? With Bridget's. We did this one time. We did like a house party and did this, and somebody brought a pink.
Oh, there was Elizabeth.
Oh my God, a pink jacket, and it was horrible on every single solitary person. We could not get it back. All right, wait, 5 minutes. Okay.
Okay, so I just grabbed this quickly this morning.
You like it or don't like it?
I like it.
Okay. What?
I think I don't know how to wear it so that it best flatters me.
Okay, so this is hard because she doesn't have it on, so it's very hard for me to tell you how, yeah, how that would work or how it wouldn't. What I will say is, what do you do for a living? I'm gonna tell you what I think you do. I think you do something in that's caring, that's you're taking care of people or teaching people. That's what I think. What do you do?
So I do digital marketing, but you got me with the personality wise, but I like to help people and care for people.
Okay. So the reason I say that is look at the softness of her sweater, and then she picks a blouse that's very floral and very, it's very fluid, right? It's kind of got that romantic feel, and that's a category that is often associated with that. Let me ask you this, do you ever feel misunderstood? Or do you feel like people totally get you?
Thought that I felt misunderstood. But I'm curious as to how to choose my style. How you know what your brand is and how to choose that, because obviously lots of that's in my closet have been gifts.
Okay.
And I was very, and like you said, some of them I don't, some of them I do. and
Yeah.
then Go through and figure out.
Yeah, exactly. So there are, if you guys go to my Pinterest board on the Image Impact group, there's a Pinterest board and there's 7 style categories and it will show you some pieces that are typical, right? And it will also show you some words that are associated with those styles and the professions that are associated with those styles. So that's why I said that, because my eye sees that in you. And just her whole persona just seems soft and warm and inviting. So like, I would love you to teach my son kindergarten if he was, right? But let's say though, you were like, no, I'm a big badass such, right? And I would be like, well, then we need to add a little something different. Because truly, this is how we get misunderstood, right? So somebody said to me, you know, I just think you're the sweetest. When I said that word, because that's not, and I get it, right? I mean, I think it's a nice word, but that is not me, and I would feel disappointed. It's not a word that I want attached to me. I'm like, nice, that's cool, but sweet is not my thing. And if somebody said that I was really sweet, I would literally go change my clothes. True. So, but anyway, no, thank you for coming. It's hard for me to tell, and if you want to show me. But so just be aware, guys, that everybody is sending a message. Be aware of what you're sending.
I do think you're sweet. All right, so. Approaching the end of our day, which just goes so fast, so fast, so fast. So we have a couple little details left. Oh, we're bringing in the rebel now. Oh my gosh. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Okay, I was peeking, sorry. Okay, so Kelly's got a box to collect everyone who completed their passports. We've got some drawings that we're gonna do. So put your passports in the box. All right. Oh, yes. Okay, yeah, well, Kelly's collecting those. Please look at your agenda. Two people have smiley face stickers on their agenda. Yep. And you win a prize, a book, the networking book. Yep, 2 copies of the networking book and hold up. And are you ready for the big reveal?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, all right, so you all built an amazing gift. And thank you, FMD. FMD sponsored Rebel Now to be here and do this mural that is going to horses for healing. Kelly, is that the right? Healing with horses. And we're gonna send out more information after the fact. You have an opportunity to own a part of this mural forever. So this is what was created. Do you want to talk about that?
Hello. I love being famous. So I know a lot of you were up here drawing on it, and I was very aggressive about a lot in the middle. And I'm going to show you in just a moment. If I didn't accidentally tell you, don't tell anyone I told you. You're not supposed to know the secret. But there will be a reveal. And then after this, you can see me, or we're going to email out. If you do want to purchase a piece from this mural, you can. And then just know that the mural is going to be at a place that is going to be inspiring for a lot of really young people doing and trying to do really great things in this world. So hang tight. I'm going to reveal it.
This is so cool. And the pieces that she's peeling off are that are graffiti or anything that we want Rebel Now to make for us. Yeah. There it is.
Now.
Hold on, we're almost done. I know, there's always an exclamation point.
This. When I deliver this to the barn, the classroom that's built into the end of the barn, we call the Zen Zone, so that the kids all feel comfortable there. It's their safe space. They're working on healing from a lot of things. Usually it's adults who failed them in their life. And when I make this donation, I will tell them that this was created with loving hands of over 100 women, and that we believe in them. We need to believe in them as much as we believe in them. So all these little messages will live on for hopefully ever. Inside the Zen Zone, where at-risk teens and tweens are working through the stuff that life has taught them. So
And we also have Carol's. So Carol, I took, where's Carol? Where'd you go? Carol, it's Carol. Okay. She is donating something also. And I really didn't bring it, so I didn't even put that. Okay, so we have the Plymouth Chamber of Commerce and Mary Beth will donate a $50 gift card that can be used in over 120 locations and a goodie bag filled with great stuff. Michelle for Big Easy, as you know, she's over there. She donated 3 receipt books. Where's Wendy? Wendy, Lavender, you're Wendy Lavender lady in my phone. That's right. Wendy back from Levante, donated a gift box. Hers was Lauren still. Lauren back. Hers donated a bag. Did Eckerly donate? No. Okay, so yeah. So Carol Eckerly, I printed it up. I left it at home. She donated something. I think it's what's up there, but I want to clarify that. Okay. I'm gonna like take this. Okay. Okay. Am I doing the phone? Yeah, you can phone call and if people just come on up, if you would, you just come on up.
So I'm gonna mix it up, and I've been stirring them all around, right? First gift, we're gonna do one of the Big Easy books for Sarah Mega. Yay! There, and you'll also get a copy of my second book, Owl and Otter, it's one big talent show with your place setting. If you have someone in your life between like 3 and 8 years old, it's a great little book about woodland friends who learn money lessons. It's really a cute one. Okay, so we're going to do our Kirk's bag next, and I have drawn out Catherine at every penny. Is Catherine at every, come on. Okay. So next we're gonna do another one of our Big Easy bookkeeping company. That's yours right there, yeah. For Lisa Hartman. Do I have that close? Like close? Look at winners. We're all winners. Oh no. Okay, so we're gonna say, let's do our lavender next. Margaret Harris. Hey. And we'll do our third. Thank you, Michelle, for the third Big Easy Crystal. I'm sorry, is it Wisner or Weisner? With Crystal Wisner. So Carol has a prize for I remember the bags.
It's actually
Oh, there you are. Yeah.
It's printed, it's on my printer.
Okay. And this goes to very pretty handwriting. Svezla Ishe Osman. I'm butchering that name. Seisha? Is that an H? Yeah, Seisha Ishe Osman? No. Oh. I'm colored, actually. How about? You know each other, so you'll connect with Carol. Awesome. All right, and then we have our thank you to the Plymouth Chamber and Mary Beth for working her magic. Let's see, how about this goes to Daniela Workman? Is that right? That's right here. So everyone's sort of hearing us talk. So we're gonna close this out. So I was talking with one of the gentlemen from FMD when we were talking about sponsorship and having them be part of this amazing day. And he said, well, what about the afterglow? I said, we've never done an afterglow. He said, well, that's where all the business happens. And it's where the fun is. So for the first time this year, we decided to try an afterglow. We have reservations for up to 30 folks, literally across 6 Mile Road, just south. We had 18 people speaking yes. There's still room if you'd like to come to the afterglow, just to hang out, chit chat a little bit, casual networking, and just to kind of wrap the day on one more high. So feel free to join us at Art Jake's. The address is there. It literally is across 6 Mile Road. If you go out to 6 Mile, go through the light, Art Jake's is on your left. It's right there. So with that, I want to just thank all of you from the bottom of our hearts. This has been a labor of love for many years for Kelly and I, and every year we get done with the day. And I say to her, and she says to me, how are we gonna top it next year? And every year it elevates and elevates and elevates. Thank you to all of our exhibitors, to all of our speakers and panelists and presenters, and to all of you who came and gave your day, not just to be here, but to be here for one another. I said it before, I'll say it again, you cannot be in business by yourself anymore. And Nicole talked a lot about building that intentional network of folks, and this is where you start that. So thank you all, and we are going to do a survey.
Yeah.
So watch your email, and we will, once we finish it, we tweak it every year. We do want your feedback, and a lot of things that happen. Hi. A lot of things that happened this year came about from suggestions from last year. So we do read every single one. It's not just like, something we do just to make you feel good. Like, no, we actually read every single suggestion. And we take it into consideration. Many, many things that we incorporate over the years come from the folks who participate. So watch your email for that. And also let us know if you do not want to be included in the kind of future networking list, contact list.
End of day Friday.
Yeah, by end of this Friday. Yeah. So you have to let us know, otherwise we're gonna keep you, we're gonna include you in, and it's only a list for the women who attend this event. We don't lease it, sell it, rent it, give away to outsiders or anything like that. It's just for us to continue making connections.
And we will upload not only that list, but also the exhibitor information and the panelists and speaker information by the weekend. We need to just clean it up a little bit. It's been a busy week. So all of that will be out there, so you will have everybody's contact information and
special offers and
so that's all done.
You so much. Oh, it's still recording. Yes.